Good morning and welcome to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium. It is the first game of the CSA, rather One-Day Cup, and we're in Division 2 today, where Eastern Cape Iinyathi are playing host to Northern Cape Heat, who've had to make the trip down from Kimberley. A couple of experienced heads in either side as the umpires make their way into the middle and prepare for today's game. And it's going to be an interesting match that we do have indeed today to start off proceedings for this season's campaign. We've got Bongani Nchebe along with Evan van der Merwe, who are going to be the two standing umpires in the middle. And quite a treat and a pleasure to welcome you to Buffalo Park in East London today, a ground that has had many an ODI played on it, one test match in particular, and has become a pretty famous ground for the women's game, particularly at international level over the last 18 months or so. But the gentlemen making their way onto the field now in the blue, being the home side, Eastern Cape Iinyathi, would like to make it a bit of a fortress of sorts. They'll have 3 home games in the campaign to start off with, and they'll have to get past a very experienced and well-travelled Northern Cape Heat team.
Pleasure to join you here today, Sam, for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi versus the Northern Cape Heat. Expecting a very tough game. First up, Nico van Zyl taking the first over for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He's been in the team for only a year, but you can see the impact he's had. Really,
A few travels over the He's looking to bring a bit of that experience back into this.
yeah, the Northern Cape Heat got tons of experience in their team. I guess it's a matter of how you look at it, because a player like Jonathan Van Der can be destructive. But when you look at his age, you say age is not on his side, but that's not something you can really focus on. You just want to focus on the destructive power that he possesses.
Captain Ernest Kem will open up proceedings here with Jonathan Van Der, and Kem will be facing the first ball against Van Zyl. It's a dot ball to start the 2025 campaign of the CSA One-Day Cup.
It's a regulation field for Nico van Zyl. He's got 2 men back, third man and fine leg. Everyone else is inside the circle. So you expect him to keep it nice and tight early on. It's up to the batters to exploit those odd deliveries that are perhaps out of line. But Nico van Zyl tends to keep it nice and tidy early on.
Bit of an issue with the side screen behind the batters. Van Zyl runs in for a second. Bit of cries and shots behind the stumps. One tailing back in, but it's a good start this from Van Zyl for the new campaign.
Tail back in. Also, it looks as if the pitch is going to be a challenge for the batters. Or maybe not so much. But that ball did bounce off the seam and it moved quite stark.
Another dot ball on the money thus far. It's 3 deliveries and 3 dot balls after Northern Cape Heat won the toss and elected to bat first here today. It's a wicket that's notorious for being relatively flat, this one. It has seen it slow down over the last few months. Another dot ball there and on the money for Nico van Zyl, who'll be happy with the start and seems to have hit his areas and his straps quite early in today's game.
That's pretty much to be expected from a player like Nico van Zyl. He's been on his game pretty much all season. He hasn't really struggled with the change of formats. Hopefully for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, he's going to keep that consistency going.
A little bit tighter on the legs, but flicked off only as far as that short mid-wicket. And that's another dot ball for Van Zyl, who's had a good start here today. And exciting times for this Eastern Cape Iinyathi team as we speak about the experience that is Northern Cape Heat, but we'll get to it in just a moment. Quite a few debutants for the home side here today. It's pushed on the up, but only as far as backward point, and it's a dot ball to end, a maiden over to start off proceedings for Nico Van Zyl. It is Northern Cape Heat, none for none after one.
You expect Iinyathi to be taking the second over. Left arm seamer coming from the Bunker end. As we look at the last delivery there, Jay de Klerk, as ever, fine field.
Speak about Iinyathi, who's a 20-year-old on the side, and we spoke about a few people who are making a nice start to the side and on debut for the team. It won't be Iinyathi though with the ball. However, it does allow us to continue that conversation. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 debutants for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi today, along with Ulihle, who's playing in his first one-day cup game at all. So it actually makes 5 debutants for Iinyathi. So a lot of space for development in this side, and quite impressive, and happy to see the youngsters coming into the team.
Yeah, a player like Iinyathi has been earmarked even by CSA standards as one of the better players in his age group, and it's nice to see him having a turnout for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi in the one-day cup. Chad Claassen runs in.
Gentle push out to long off, and tidying work done. And Jay Claassen, as you mentioned, who's taking the second over for Eastern Cape Iinyathi, will look to carry on the good work that was started by Nico Van Zyl in that first. Rather. Strike rate of 32 with the ball in his List A career. That's filled away by Van Dier as he gets a single and off the mark, and so too are Northern Cape Heat, their first runs of the afternoon.
There was a slight fielding change when the left-hander Jonathan Van Dier was batting. He didn't have finding down. Actually, they're keeping the same field here for Ernest Kim. So Chad Claassen is slightly changing. Van Zyl. As I was saying, I believe it's Iinyathi down there in the square leg boundary.
Claassen continues, short of a length this one as well. Got it out onto the offside, and a dot ball to continue on his work. Almost seems to have a more natural pulled back length compared to that of what Van Zyl started with, which could explain that deep mid-wicket, sort of deep forward square leg fielding position. This one played on the up by Cam. He's just finding the inside half of the back, but it's a dot ball nevertheless for Claassen.
The Iinyathi will be happy with this. 10 balls in, just 1 run. And they'll be trying to keep Kim on strike as much as possible. Keep the destructive Jonathan Van Dier on the non-striker.
Back of a length again. This one chopped away through the offside, and the way that this field is structured is probably going to run away as it rolls down the hill towards the boundary rope, and off the mark with the boundary is the captain.
Yeah, that's the first ball that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have really strayed from the line in their length, because you could see there it was back
Of a length again. This one chopped away through the offside, and the way that this
easy
field is
cut.
structured is probably going to run.
The captain Ernest Kemp. Valiant chase there from the former captain, Jason Newman. The ball rolls away.
Klaasen now finding his line and a better delivery to end the over. And after 2 overs that have been bowled, Northern Cape Heat are 5 without loss.
It'll be interesting to actually look at Chad Klaasen when he bowls his second over, because I noticed something that was slightly different in his run-up when he bowls in the 4-day game and when he bowls, in the 4-day game, he just runs in. He doesn't necessarily have what you would call a gather, which is, well, actually he does have a gather, he just doesn't have the bound. So when a bowler's running in, you expect him to have his gather, so he fixes himself getting ready to bowl and then he jumps. So he doesn't have that when he's playing in the 4-day game. But I see, but he does have a small bound. So it's interesting to see if it's a technique that he changes in between formats.
And Van Zyl continues to start his second over. There's a dot ball to a very destructive Jonathan Van Dier. And perhaps what you're saying about Klaasen is testament to why his field has been set the way that it has been. See if he can manipulate any different kind of bounce out of this wicket. And there's been a bit of rain around East London over the last few days. See if there's anything left in it, moisture related. Van Zyl is pitched this one up and accepted by Van Dier, who's found nothing but the outside edge, down to third man.
That was the first ball that Van Zyl has actually pitched up to Van Dier, so I don't think the veteran was expecting that, because everything else has been back of the length, so it was a good mix-up. And you expect a player like Van Zyl, who actually has a wristy action, to be pitching the ball up.
Van Zyl will continue. There's that hard length again, and he's targeting the stumps there, and a dot ball for the captain, dot ball for Van Zyl and Iinyathi.
And generally, when you're playing at Buffalo Park or when you're bowling at Buffalo Park, you expect to pitch the ball up because it doesn't really come onto the bat. So when it's back of the length, a batter that's on top of his game can easily punish you. Perhaps flick you over because like you said, there was a bit of rain in the past few days, so you don't expect the pitch to have completely dried up. Maybe there's a more...
Big appeal, big shape, big movement back into the left hand, and again speaking to that targeting the wickets as he's shifted and played with the slip cord in a little bit and indicating that he's going to be going for that fuller length, but a lot of movement back into left-handers' pads.
Yeah, that's a testament to giving the ball a bit of air. Maybe it answers your question about the moisture. Maybe there's still some moisture in the wicket. Something for Nico van Zyl to aim for here.
Pitched up again, and this time it's been nicked off and taken at 1.5 slip by the debutant for Iinyathi in this format. Nathan Rue comes into the side and takes a brilliant catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, Ernest Kim found wanting there. Wasn't really sure whether to go back or, as we look at the ball. Yes, his feet nowhere in that shot. Nico van Zyl finding the perfect length, not back of the length. Just a good line, and Ernest Kim, the captain, has to go.
Yeah, and he's dismissed for 4 runs after spending 12 minutes at the wicket. He's faced 14 balls for that 4 runs of his, and the captain has been dismissed. And a lot of questions being asked as to how well that was executed by the bowlers and the fielding side. We saw him shifting the slips a little bit more, about 2-3 balls before that, and bowling at that fuller length and getting his man just the way that he would have wanted to.
Yeah, that was textbook setup from Nico van Zyl. Love the relationship between him and his captain and everyone else in the team. You can see that there's a clear understanding between those two players. Now it's all about how Chad Clarkson can keep the momentum going for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, keeping a slightly different field from Nico van Zyl. Chad Clarkson wants to execute, especially when you have this captain there. Joe was standing quite short in the cover region. He's there. He wants the ball to be pitched up so he can take that catch.
That's the length that you're asking for, and well left alone outside the off stump by Bandier. Seasoned veteran and experienced batter at 34 years of age.
And it's very interesting how he carries himself in the scene. The early loss of his captain, they probably would have had a plan with certain disease. And he looks to exploit power play. That really hasn't come into play.
Taylor back into the left-hander again as Crossing seems to find his rhythm now. He's looking a lot better than what it was in that first over. His line is tightened up onto the stumps a bit. Bringing back here into the game a lot more now. Asking him to judge those leads.
I wonder if they've noticed something in Jonathan Van Dier's game, because Dawson keeps those lines, then there really is no reason for him to have that field.
There's a little bit of playing funny in that wicket as one goes away from the left hand, but also sitting up a bit. They're dying before reached the wicket keeper. Malika standing behind the stumps for Eastern Cape Innings. Northern Cape Heat winning the toss here today and electing to bat first, and Ernest Kim unable to make good on his decision, and he was the first wicket to go in the previous over. Clarkson slightly back of a length and poked back towards the Iinyathi skipper. It's another dot ball that he's managed to pick up, and he seems to have found a little bit more rhythm in this over.
It might be a bit too early, but the pitch hasn't really shown any demons, so the decision to bat first looks like it was a good one. It's just about the Northern Cape Heat batters being patient and waiting for that odd delivery to exploit.
pitched up and put down. It was a diving effort from Roo in the slips, and we saw Van Zyl playing around with the slips in the previous over. An opportunity goes a-begging to get rid of a very, very dangerous Jonathan Van Dier. And that job catch and single also brings about an end to the over. It's 4 overs that have been bowled. Northern Cape Heat, 7 for 1.
Unfortunate for Nathan Roo, seemed to perhaps mistime his jump there for that delivery, his dive. Failed to actually get off the ground when he went for it. And I don't think he had his balance at all. First extras of the day from Nico van Zyl. Just testing if Malika's awake or anything.
That's extremely well taken behind the stumps as well. It's continuing with what we're speaking about, with that ball shaping back into the left-hander for Van Zyl when he pitches it up as he goes in to continue now.
That's exactly the length that he's looking for. I think these two deliveries that is both the illegitimate one, which was the wide, and this one was way outside of stump. That's the length that he's looking for. He's just going to fix the line. Because you can see that Van Dier wasn't really committing to that ball.
Van Zyl to continue. Pitched up again and punched with authority, this time down the ground, but only as far as mid-off. And Van Dier also now trying to find a way to stamp a bit of authority and momentum into this Heat innings.
Yeah, the format might be different, but the Northern Cape Heat don't want to put themselves in a position where they are actually crowded or cramped. They don't want to cramp themselves up because the rate now is 1.8 and over.
This time the length pulled back a little bit by Van Zyl, whose delivery is defended by Van Dier. It's been a tidy start. Managed to only concede the one boundary in Claessen's first over that he bowled. And that has been extraordinarily tidy. Also fast forcing an opportunity in the previous over from Claessen too. Pitched up this time and pushed back a little bit on the up two, and a little bit of excitement in the field now for Eastern Cape Innyathi.
Yeah, it's really been a good start. Nico van Zyl and Chad Claessen, in all fairness, haven't actually bowled a delivery that requires the batters to leave. Have been making them play from the get-go.
Van Zyl to continue. Pitched up again, driven again, and this time straight through the gap in the covers. 4 runs for the experienced Van Dier.
Probably the first time that Nico van Zyl has missed his line and his length. Van Dier not really committing his front foot to that delivery, just trusting his hands and his eyes, sees the big gap, exploits it.
Better length this time from Van Zyl as he ends the over on a tidier note than what his penultimate delivery was. It's 5 overs that have been bowled in the power play, and Northern Cape Heat are 12 for 1.
It'll be interesting to see when the Eastern Cape Iinyathi decide to use the spinners. They went for a three-man pace attack with complemented by two spinners. The obvious one being Jade de Klerk, but it'll be interesting also to see if Lihle is going to be implemented into the attack, because last season they used a lot of Jason Niemand. So I really want to see what the difference is between the captaincy style of Jerome Bozzer and Jason Niemand is.
Clausen continues. Into his third over now, and that one tailing back into Ronan Herman, who's hasn't faced much since being out there, and he's been out there for a good 10 or so minutes. He had to watch from the non-strikers end for most of it. And you mentioned the use of Niemand in last season and how he bowls both bowlers right arm off break, but just completely different styles of how they bowl. And Niemand a little bit more accustomed to darting the ball into, as opposed to the slower off break. Clausen runs in again. Herman looking to confidently get onto his front foot, but punched only as far as mid-off.
I'd love to see what the experiencing the SA20 does to a batter's confidence. So a player like
Van Zyl to continue.
Herman, you expect to see him keeping his composure here.
Short, wide, cutaway. Speaking of confidence, well, that's a nice way to start your innings and get off the mark. Herman played way too much cricket in the SA20 to miss out on those. 4 more.
Yeah, that's just a ball that Chad Clausen will want to quickly forget. Strayed, lost his line there. Easy to capitalize.
Going back to perhaps a little bit of loss in momentum to what we saw in his first over. Bowling what cricketers call 2 lengths. Bowled again. This time he's pitched it up and it's been caressed through the covers. Back-to-back boundaries for Northern Cape Heat. 16 for 1.
Clausen perhaps overcompensating from that last delivery. The previous one was short and wide. This one was full and straight. Easy for Herman to capitalize. Pierces the gap between extra cover and the man at mid-off. Yeah, just trusting his hands there.
Another dot ball there for Clausen, who seems to have come back a little bit strong after conceding back-to-back boundaries. It's been a tough start for the right-arm seamer. And he'll have to try and get things to focus in again and finish the over strong. Clausen continues. Back of a length this time again, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. And after the 6 overs that have been played in the first power play, it is 20 for 1.
Yeah, those 2 boundaries back-to-back from Ronan Herman will have done a lot to boost the confidence of the team. Pushes the run rate up and probably forces the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain Jerome Bozzer to start contemplating a bowling change.
Van Zyl continues. Running into what is his fourth over and full wide and treated as such by an experienced Jonathan Van Dier. 4 more runs.
Yeah, momentum well and truly lost now for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Back-to-back boundaries for the Northern Cape Heat. The experienced Jonathan Van Dier.
Van Zyl now also trying to put his length back in. A bit of a response to what was that first delivery. It also puts all the pressure on the bowlers when the batters manage to pick up a boundary off the first delivery of the over.
Yeah, he was searching in that first delivery. Perhaps it would be best if he tries to set him up the same way he did with the captain, Ernest Kim.
Full again and attempt to drive again, and that's a good work off his own bowling there by Nico Van Zyl. Jonathan Van Dier perhaps looking to rotate that strike. Van Zyl doing enough to keep that down to dot ball.
That would have been a sight. Jonathan Van Dier taking a quick single.
Seasoned veteran, 34-year-old legs doing the quick burst down a 22-yard.
Oh, Chano.
Tell you one thing, built for big hitting. Not too sure that quick single would have been the best idea as Van Zyl turns the top of his mark to run in again. Spoke about being built for big hitting, and he's managed to force it into the gap this time around. It's a very quick outfield here at Buffalo Park, and as it goes down that slope, out of the outfield, 4 more runs.
Yeah, valiant chase from Jade de Klerk, but that ball was always going to win the race. It was always going to win the race. Jonathan Van Dier just throwing his hands at that ball, making a solid connection, finding the gap between cover and point.
Yeah, slight change in momentum now as both bowlers having conceded 4 boundaries in the space of 10 deliveries. As they managed to get themselves through 4 overs with only conceding 1. Van Zyl now with all the work to do. Runs in and defended on the back of a length by Van Dier. Fends it away back towards the bowler, as he's now climbed up to 15 runs, but important to note that he was dropped before he even got into those double digits.
Frustrating that for the bowler. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers probably going to have to exercise a bit more patience. Need to understand that maybe the same tactic won't work, especially with Nico Van Zyl actually changing his field again.
And pitched up this time and left alone by Van Dier, deciding that he's got enough runs for the over. And as we approach the end of the 7th over and get to the end of the 7th over, there's 28 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. That 1 wicket being that of Captain Ernest Kim, who was caught in the slips by Nathan Rue. And Northern Cape Heat looking to add a little bit of momentum towards the back end of this opening power play.
Three overs left in the power play, and 2 big hitters for the Northern Cape Heat. Haven't really taken any chances, yeah? Just punishing the bad ball. Taking no risks.
Clausen continues. Back of a length and chalking his cue as Herman as it comes off the toe end of the bat and fielded at short cover.
Interesting length that from Chad Clausen. I feel that was a bit too short. He's got no cover and either side on the square, but now you see Nico van Zyl shifting from fine leg to about square leg. It's going all the way around. Yeah, it's square leg now. Nathan Rue moved from slip, now is at short fine leg.
And straight away, he finds the line that he has been searching for. And in my head, the entire time I was thinking, how often do bowlers play around with the slip cord and then see the ball just flashing through there the very next delivery? Unfortunately, not for Klaasen this time around, missing the outside edge.
As a batter, when you see a bowler changing his field and it favors the leg side, you expect him to be bowling a bit shorter. But Klaasen there, a bluff.
A little bit of a shimmy down the wicket as this one comes a little bit back into the right-handed batsman. Perhaps trying to throw Klaasen off his length was Herman, but bowler getting away with that one. It's an inside edge.
Ball seemed to jag back in. Oh, it definitely did. Jag back in. So there is something in the pitch. Perhaps a few cracks. It'll be interesting to see how the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters combat that later on in the day.
Pitched up again and throws hands at it, does Herman. Perhaps looking to exploit the fact that we've only got two fielders out here for Iinyathi. And again, finding the inside half of the bat. Dot ball.
You know, I've been going on about how at Buffalo Park you want to be pitching the ball up, but you can actually see from the field placement of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi that they don't actually have anyone down in the boundary. So it's not really encouraging for the bowlers to be, or it doesn't really encourage the bowlers to be bowling full.
Short ball, cut away and caught at backward point. It has worked. A change in the field has brought about a wicket for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's 28 for 2.
Big breakthrough for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Just the wicket they wanted. The man coming back from the SA 20, Ronan Herman, chips it straight to J. de Klerk. Brilliant field placement, brilliant bowling. Had him in two minds. He keeps expecting the short ball that's directed at the body. But the ball goes, the bowler keeps the same line that he's in bowling, the whole over.
And he's looked a little bit uncertain as Herman, who departs for 8 runs of just 11 deliveries. A little bit uncertain with that hard length, that full split stump line that he's been fending a little bit outside the off stump, and it's yielded now a bit of a loose shot from the batter. And as you mentioned, tidied up by de Klerk at backward point. And Eastern Cape Iinyathi will feel that this is just what the team needed to reel back a little bit of that momentum that was starting to get away from them in the power play.
Yeah, a wicket like that, a huge wicket like that of Ronan Herman, it also puts more pressure on Jonathan Van Dier because now he knows he has to take the initiative. When it was the two of them in the middle, he knew that they could just share the load of the big hitting or scoring boundaries. Now you've got a player like Mudiri Liteko. He's of a different mold to those two batters.
24-year-old. Hails from the northern regions of the country.
The wicket brings about an immediate change in the field placement. The slip is back in place. Jason Neiman now is taking the place on the short fine leg side.
Big gaping hole towards mid-wicket. A lot of work to do as Van Zyl moves forward of square on that boundary, but Klaasen continues. It's back of a length and it's fiddled away to the offside and will be tidied up at third man. And also that single bringing about an end to the over. And it's been a good 4 overs thus far from Claassen, but 8 overs that Eastern Cape Innyathi will be extremely delighted by. It is a 29 for 2.
That single also gives Nico van Zyl the chance to bowl at their new batter, Modiri Liteko. He has to be said he was losing the battle with the burly Jonathan Van Dier in the previous over, so he gets the chance now. And you can see Shane Dadswell just asking him to just keep the ball in that fourth stump line, and is going to be nicked off.
Yeah, continuing with 2 slips, but also much like he did earlier on when he picked up the wicket of Captain Ernest Kem, he's got them at almost 1.5, but 1.5 and almost 2.5. The mark at the end of the previous over. Northern Cape Heat winning the toss here today, electing to bat first, a decision that Van Dier is going to have to make right by with his captain after losing his opening partner quite early on. Runs of 22 deliveries as Van Zyl continues. Away into a very, very vacant square leg area. Lots of work for Claassen to do down towards the boundary, and doing enough to keep it down only to 2.
If you had any other player on the Northern Cape Heat team in himself, Jonathan Van Dier turns back, loud no for that 3.
Sent him back straight away, deciding he'll do the talking with his bat. 22 yards is too close for him. He's looking to clear a 70-meter boundary. Experienced Van Dier. There's another change in the fielding now for Van Zyl, as Claassen goes into that deep square leg area. One of the slips has been pulled out into short.
We've seen in the previous 2 overs, or in this over and the previous one, how a change in field can actually play on a batter's mind. Brings a lot of uncertainty as to which line that the bowler is going to be bowling. Back to his regulation field is Van Zyl.
Hitting that hard length again and left alone by Van Dier. Happy to let that one go through to the keeper.
9 balls left in the power play, and you really want to see if Jonathan Van Dier is going to be taking chances here, and if so, which bowler.
It's pitched up and driven, but only as far as that short cover.
Jason Neiman.
That's Jason Niemand there who's done the tidying up.
Yeah, they added 1 extra fielder on that when Van Zyl was bowling to Van Dier. Those balls were actually driven and they went straight to the boundary, but now he has that extra cover in place.
Lots of vocals in the field as well for Eastern Cape Innyathi. All the players that are around the bat just reminding Van Dier where they are. Van Zyl will be running in for the final delivery in his 5th over. A tidy start from him thus far. Pitched up and the inside half of the bat, and it is the end of Van Zyl's 5th over and the end of the 9th over for Iinyathi. Score as 32 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, patience is running low, and patience is the big man. Sun is baking down on him. Probably sees that he's got 1 over left in the power play. And the Eastern Cape Innyathi do make that bowling change.
Indeed. Bowling change, and he asked when the spin was going to be used, and asking you shall receive. Jade de Klerk has come into the attack for Eastern Cape Innyathi. And left arm orthodox bowler. A strike rate of 32 in this format. The final over of the power play, he'll want to be bowling to this new batter, relatively new batter in the form of Liteko. from Northern Cape Heat. More importantly, though, is that the ball will be turning away from the right-handed batter.
It's always a good matchup for the bowler, never a good one for the batter when the ball is turning away from you.
Comes in for his first. Ow, and straight away is... Most bowlers will run a call that.
In the previous games, he's struggled with spin.
It's navigated well out onto the offside and dot ball. And still a very conservative, well, attacking field, if you will. Pitched up leg side, and it's fallen just short of that man at square leg on that sweep. It's Van Sale now getting on the trace, and it's brilliantly fielded there between the two gentlemen. Opportunity in the middle, Van Deer being called back for the third, but Northern Cape Heat's completing that 3 runs.
Oh, brilliant running from Jonathan Van Deer. J. de Klerk, first 3 deliveries, not finding his best line, straying down the leg side. A valiant effort, actually, from...
Right, this will be interesting. Ball turning into the left-handed Van Deer, who is not shy to have a go. As a result, 2 fielders out on the ropes, Kyle Corner and Long on. And we'll have 4 balls to navigate before the end of this power play. And it goes on the drive, looking to get through, and for a quick single, and managing to get through, having punched the ball a few yards right of mid-off.
Sensible cricket from Jonathan Van Deer, not really trying to force the big shot, saw that the ball wasn't there, so took the single instead. Slight difference in field for Liteko. As that man at the mid-wicket.
Offside. Mr. Clark will be looking for a tidy finish to his first over. Some more engineering going on out in the field. Slightly slower this time and punched straight to where they've moved that fielder from. And it's a single to end the over and the power play. 6 coming from it. Northern Cape Heat, 38 for 2 after 10.
You really want to call that an even first 10 overs, even power play, especially here at Buffalo Park. You don't really expect a team to be scoring at over 6 runs per over in the first 10 overs of a one-day game. Chad Claassen as well, changing ends. Getting his first crack at Liteko.
Yeah, it is a change of ends for Claassen. And he comes in from the Buffalo Park drive end after having bowled from the Bunkers Hill end in the first spell, or his first spell rather. Might just see the big quicks rotating from this side as Claassen comes in for his 5th. Pitched away straight away, or pitched up rather straight away. A little bit of shape away from the right-handed Liteko.
End of the power play, and the Eastern Cape Iinyathi make immediate adjustments to the field. Sweeper on the offside, 3rd man, deep fine leg, and deep square.
Pitched up again, mix up in the middle, direct hit. Big shot and an appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
stumps. Practically every chance he got. It's a warning, actually, to Liteko and Jonathan Van Dier that if you want to chance anyone's arm,
He's not the guy.
he's not the guy.
A fantastic bit of fielding, and it was a quick release as well from de Klerk to hit the base of the stumps and keeping the two batters honest. As Klaasen continues now. Pitched up again, this time filled around the right-hand side, and Rue with also a little bit of work to do. They managed to scamper through for the single. Different length being bowled here by Klaasen. So targeting the stumps really well.
Still doesn't have cover down the ground, so actually Dadswell looks like he's going down the ground now. So you might expect a bit of a change in length.
And Fuller for Iinyathi. Another interesting thing that I've seen, and not just the changes in the field. Klaasen running in now. Slightly straight and leg side-ish, and it takes only a tickle and a feather to run away down to the ropes, and it's Van Dier who adds 4 more to his total and to the team's total, 43 for 2.
Yeah, Jonathan Van Dier, too experienced to miss out on that one. Klaasen missing his length, missing his line rather. Tickles it down. No chance for Apiwa Mnyanda on the short, fine leg area.
If you were to find any sort of silver linings, the amount of shape that managed to tail back into the left hand on that delivery as he comes in for his final ball of this over. Starting it just outside the leg stump and holding true this time around, and defended onto the onside to bring about an end to Klaasen's 5th over. And after 11 overs that have been bowled, it is the Northern Cape Heat 43 for 2.
Klaasen also employed a different tactic to what Nico van Zyl was in his first spell. He was bowling over the wicket. Klaasen was bowling over.
Perhaps Nico van Zyl was probably looking for that LBW shot with the way that he was moving the ball, but de Klerk now continues. Tossed up at leg side-ish again. Some work to do on that boundary rope. Keeping it down to just a single.
Still hasn't found his right line, has Jay de Klerk. And it's not going to be easy now because he's got a left-hander and a right-hander. So you have to keep making adjustments as a bowler. Once more, we have to see what Van Dier is going to do.
A little bit flatter this time, and inside edge tickled onto the pads. We'll take the dot ball.
De Klerk has a long on, a dip mid-wicket, and someone a dip backward square leg.
Flatter again from de Klerk, and looking to scamper through for a quick single. And the throw off good towards the bowler's end. Looks like it was Chris Gleaves who was fielding that ball at 45. It tickled away only as far as Van Zyl at short fine leg. Also seeing a change in pace between the two batters for de Klerk. That will probably be the line that he's looking for to the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, de Klerk is also a great fielder of his own bowling, so you don't expect to get any singles down the ground when he's bowling. It's also important for Liteko not to get bogged down. We want to keep rotating the strike.
There's been a couple of those that have just feathered down the leg side that he'll feel that he's missed out on in the last over. Either hit straight to a field or miss the ball entirely, where perhaps, given the state of this field and how it slopes out of the inner ring, just getting some sort of bat on it would have been the better option. Nevertheless, it's a dot ball to end the over. Umpire judging that to have come off the pad, so it's 45 for 2 after 12.
Partnership is 17. The Northern Cape Heat will be looking to build on this one. Preferably for them not losing the next wicket until they get to at least 100. To really lay a solid platform for players like Hasbrook and De Blanche.
Klaasen continues straight to this time. Punched down the ground by Van Dier, but also well fielded by Van Zyl.
Once more, when Van Dier was batting there, Klaasen didn't really have any cover down the ground, but he persisted with that fuller length. Van Dier unfortunately couldn't capitalize completely.
Pitched up this time inside half of the bat and only as far as short, almost catching mid-wicket.
Putting a lot of faith on Malika's ability to cover that slip cord in there in case one does actually get nicked through.
Klaasen continues. Also Fuller this time and punches straight down the ground. Field is relatively deep. And it's Dadswell who's asked to do the fielding at mid-off. And they get through for a single. Confident single for Liteko, who's managing to find the middle of his bat.
That was a good, authoritative call from Liteko. He knew immediately once the ball left the bat that he wanted that run.
Klaasen in again, drops it short. There's nobody out there. Easy picking for an experienced Jonathan Van Dier, and he just pokes it in front of square. 4 more.
Jason Neiman there was probably a bit too fine. And Klaasen maybe could have bowled it a bit quicker because the ball seemed to stick. It seemed to have stuck there on the wicket. And Van Dier had all the time in the world to respond.
You could hear some shouts of frustration coming from Klaasen, who's dropped another one short. And it's been perhaps a story of his morning where struggle with a little bit of rhythm, and once he finds that length and line, 1 or 2 just go slightly shorter than what he would have wanted. It's a better length this time, still searching for his line, and you can see that shoulders still haven't quite picked up yet. A bit of a body language read from him will tell the story of frustration.
It was an adjustment in length, also an adjustment in the field from Jason Neiman. A slight adjustment.
Fuller this time, top of off stump, and it's just pushed down the ground towards Nico van Zyl, who's at long off, and it's, or mid off rather. Dot ball to end the over. It's 51 for 2 after 13. Northern Cape Heat off bring up 50 in that previous over as well. Quite interesting what a couple of quick singles can do to a bowler's confidence as we see a bowling change from the Bunkers Hill side.
Strapping quick. Iinyathi is introduced into the attack. He's going to have his first crack at Liteko.
20-year-old playing in his first game for Eastern Cape Iinyathi in the CSA One-Day Cup. He'll be looking to get himself off to a good start. Back of a length and tucked under the arm. He's going to be pushing hard to get the second. Big cross to get the ball to the bowlers.
Teko trusting Jonathan Van Dier that he would come back for the second. And the big man had to pull out all the stops. Made it through in the end.
There's been a couple of those deliveries from the Iinyathi bowlers. Perhaps Nico van Zyl the only one who hasn't been guilty of it. Bowling a bit of a loosener at the top of a spell. As we see a change of bowling stance coming around the wicket this time. Again, the exact same delivery, carbon copy this time. Only played straight down as far as Van Zyl. Oh, and a bit of work. And what is a little bit of cricket without a tumble in the middle?
Malika not really seeing the funny side of it.
Not a place you want to find yourself as a wicketkeeper. Couple of batters that you wouldn't want to find yourself in that position with. Look at the likes that have gone as well, the likes of Biff, they used to call him, Graham Smith, the Richard Levy's, the big hitters at the top of the order. No wicketkeeper wants to find themselves there.
Especially as the keeper is usually the smallest player in the team. Nyanda's coming back over the wicket now.
A slightly better line from him. Perhaps more of a preference of bowling to the left-handed batters.
I always found that interesting because you grow up bowling to mostly right-handers. Whether you're left or right-handed as a bowler, but you grow up mostly bowling to right-handers.
Oh, this time managing to find the outside edge, and much better line there from Nyanda, who forces an outside edge from Van Dier, and it's just a single down to third man.
So he clearly has a plan, is bowling over the wicket to Liteko, is bowling over the wicket to Van Dier and around the wicket to Liteko. Let's see if he's going to be targeting the stumps, because so far he's only managed to get to the body. Have a shy at his end.
A little bit fuller this time, and immediately some trouble for Mnyanda. And having spoken about stealing a few yards, and experienced Van Dier showing you that he's more than capable of taking a quick single at the back end of the over. It's 56 for 2 after 14.
Lightning quick from Jonathan Van Dier.
We see yet again another change of ends, being the name of the game here for Eastern Cape Iinyathi, as Jay Glad comes back in. And he's going to be bowling from the Buffalo Park drive end. He's already bowled 2 overs. There was a bit of a variation in pace for these two batters. Happy to throw it up towards Liteko, but darting them in at Van Dier. The first delivery as well.
The only thing you can say is that perhaps he's looking for the LBW, but de Klerk.
There's some engineering going on out in the field. Lots of movement with field placement. It's said to be quite a warm day today. No real wind to speak of yet. A little bit flatter this time around, but drift away from the left-handed batter. And Vandia tucks this one down to long on for a single.
It's interesting that you mentioned the weather conditions. When you see players from the Northern Cape or anywhere from the inland, and when they try to hit sixes, go for big boundaries, whenever they're playing at home, the ball tends to fly over the boundary. But when they're playing at a place like Buffalo Park or anywhere on the coast, actually, good attempt from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, Jerome Boza. So as I was saying, when they attempt to go for big boundaries here in the Eastern Cape or anywhere on the coast, the ball tends to stick in the air.
Yeah, it's there. Oh, one was getting through there for de Klerk. It's probably the first one that we've seen him really take the pace off to Jonathan Vandia, and that's probably what caused a little bit of deception for the batter. Flatter again this time, and a big shot for LBW. Big questions asked and not given by the umpire. It's Evan van der Merwe who's standing on the Buffalo Park road end, and not out, says the umpire. Also bring about an end to that over.
That's a big call from the umpire. Seemed to be stone dead.
De Klerk was so convinced he pulled out the big Vern where he ran out in celebration before even appealing. You speak about the weather conditions and how balls travel differently. It's the thicker air of the humidity out onto the coast that perhaps holds the ball in the air a little bit longer, doesn't travel as far. Ask any golfer who plays on the coast and plays inland as well. They'll tell you just about the same. Excitement now for Eastern Cape Iinyathi after a great shot at the back end of that over. Mnyanda continues. He's found his length now, has the young man.
It's always funny viewing when the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are actually playing against a team that's from the inland. Former players like Marco Murray deliberately tried to hit sixes, knowing that even if the ball doesn't go over the boundary, the chances of it being caught were very scarce, because the fielders would actually run around the ball. They don't know where it's going to end up. It was something that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, Tumelo Butiba, back when he was assistant to Paul Adams, when he first got here, that's something he noted quite quickly when he was hitting catches to the fielders, to the team. He said, actually, I think we're going to have an advantage here because the air, it's totally different from when you're playing against the Midlands, when you're playing in the Midlands.
Starts out the off stump and tickled away by Vandia, who's being kept honest by Nico van Zyl, throwing at the non-striker's end. Another single, 61 for 2. And we also mentioned a little bit earlier where one of the things that we spoke about is that there's no real wind to speak of yet. And the importance of that is that we happen to find ourselves in one of the windy little pockets of East London, where the breeze does tend to kick up quite a bit in this corner of town. And nothing too much yet in the bottom of this valley that we find ourselves in as Mnyanda runs back in. And punched away off the back foot, but very well fielded at short cover, keeping it down to a dot ball.
That kind of fielding also boosts the confidence of the bowler, because you know that your fielders have your back. Speaking of the wind, I expect it to pick up a bit later on.
Looking at one or two flags around the ground, which probably explains a change of end for de Klerk as well. That wind blowing from left to right of screen. Fuller this time, driven this time, and Sweepers out. Only a single. Iinyathi doing well to now start adjusting his lines to this left and right combination.
Probably the last over before drinks are taken. Vandia will want to be steady for this last delivery.
Iinyathi in tight on the stumps, but defended well from Vandia, who's happy to see the end of that over. And also the end of the 16th over. Finds the score at 62 for 2. And as you mentioned, drinks have been taken. Welcome back after Eastern Cape Iinyathi are taking on Northern Cape Heat. After the first 16 over, 62 for 2. After Northern Cape Heat won the toss and elected to bat first. Declared continuing from the Buffalo Park drive end. It's been a bit of a seesaw battle between these two sides to go early in the power play. Jay de Klerk now starting to find his line in his 4th over. Bowling to Liteko. And it was Ronan Harman who was dismissed last. A little bit flat at this time and punched towards sweeper. Just for the single. Jonathan Vandia has managed to steady things relatively for the away side. Northern Cape Heat seems as though Liteko is now starting to bat around the veteran campaigner. De Klerk a little bit flatter, trying to force a leg before call. Had a tossed up and just short of first slip on that outside edge. And tidied up by Nyanda on down towards the 3rd man boundary.
As you said, Jay de Klerk tosses the ball up, gives it a bit of air. Just evades the man at first slip.
A flatter again, but slightly shorter this time around, allowing Liteko to get off the mark and nudge a single. Have been bowled at 67 for 2.
Liteko and Vandia, as you mentioned, it's been a seesaw battle.
Nyanda will continue from the Bunkers Hill end. An interesting start to his spell. A little bit up and down in that first over of his. Just about to say finding his range in the second. It's full and wide, and good fielding efforts out towards the boundary.
Established pair so far in the season, which is Chad Claassen and Nico van Zyl. So as a youngster, he has to work. He has to work with what he's given, the way he wanted to, out of the growing up process.
Does explain the immediate change to coming around the wicket to the right-handed batter. He bowled him around, and he continues around. It was a delivery almost identical to that one, actually. And big pressure out in the field. Only a single.
Recently come back from injury as Iinyathi. He missed most of the 4-day competition and almost half of the T20 competition. So you're not really sure if it's 100% yet, or perhaps in his rhythm, the way that he'd want to be.
It's fended well by the opening batter, Vandia, who just opens the face slightly and lets that one run away to third man. Takes him to a score of 32.
Small things that might count towards the back end of the innings if Vandia is still there is that even the easiest singles, they're making him run through them instead of walking to the other side, because they know probably not the fittest of the players. So they keep putting pressure on his side.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of work and a bit of desperation from Iinyathi to dismiss Vandia after they dropped him on a score of 8 early on in the power play. That's the end of that over, though, and it's 72 for 2 after 18 overs.
Yeah, it was Nathan Rood diving to his left. Unfortunately for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, he wasn't able to hold on to it. Jay de Klerk continuing, still has a slip in place. Sweeper on the offside. Deep backward square.
Tossing it up again, just short of a length that he would have been wanting. It's smartly cut away by Litego, who takes his score up to 26 now. Litego's moved along with these innings almost unseen and just doing his work quietly. Something that no doubt that Eastern Cape Iinyathi will keep an eye on. Flatter this time, down the wicket. And just punches onto the onside. Happy to take the single, keeping the strike rotating.
Yeah, sensible from Jonathan Vandia. Has been struggling with the length that de Klerk has been offering him. So he comes down the wicket, adjusts the length himself, just punches it down the ground.
Big shout, but it's something that he's been struggling with to the right-hander all morning, has de Klerk, pushing it down the leg side.
But it does go to the point we mentioned a bit earlier. Maybe he's looking for that LBW decision.
Straight again, punch this time too long off. Happy to take the single again. These two batters happy to rotate the strike in the somewhat middle overs of this game. Tossed up, which we don't often see towards Vandia. Very comfortably pushed down towards the onside again for another single.
proper one-day cricket, this proper 50-over cricket from the Northern Cape Heat. You know, for the viewer, it might not be the most exciting of cricket, but this is how 50-over cricket is supposed to be played. You bide your time in the middle overs, just rotate the strike, punish the odd bat ball, because the bat balls are going to come, and then the time to pull the trigger will come as well later on in the innings. So I love the way that they're navigating their innings at the moment.
Another thing that you tend to find is that when a bowler starts hitting his straps, batters will be more than happy to see that one bowler off and pick another bowler in the attack. We speak about experience. Vandia knowing very well that Nyando's on the other side is still a youngster in the game, and every now and then a shuffle down the wicket might throw him off his line.
Want to bowl back of the length here.
Hits a hard length. He's skied it. It's gone straight up. The bowler's called for it, and a simple catch for the youngster. What a big wicket for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Out and down goes Jonathan Vandia.
Big wicket for Aphiwe Mnyanda. Jonathan Vandia mistimes it. Top edge. You saw from the field placement that Aphiwe Mnyanda was never going to be bowling that ball full. Huge wicket.
And the biggest sigh of relief will most likely come from the likes of Nathan Rue after dropping what was a difficult catch at 1.5 slip, but dismissal nevertheless. Vandia's gone for 34 of 49 deliveries just when he was starting to get into the space of looking threatening. And it's a breakthrough that Eastern Cape Innyathi will thank the drinks break for. Shortly after the drinks break. And it has brought to the wicket, though, a very classy and experienced Ruan Haasbroek.
Oh, the dreaded drinks break. It's the last thing that an established partnership wants to see when the umpires call for drinks. It's easy to lose your concentration. And you can see that even the ball that dismissed him wasn't the best of deliveries. It wasn't a showstopper, you might say.
It's something that you spoke about, that we spoke about before the drinks break, about how Northern Cape Heat and their batters were playing risk-free cricket. Finding the boundary almost at will when the ball was there to be put away, and not necessarily... In fact, it could have been the very first delivery where one of the batters that tried to go over the top. And perhaps, like you mentioned, loss of concentration at the drinks break, resulting in the wicket.
Ruan Haasbroek.
Yeah, he started his career down at the Northwest University. Played a couple of varsity cricket T20 campaigns there. One of them against yours truly.
And how was he as a player?
Between him and Marcus Ackerman were chasing leather for 20 overs.
So I'm not really surprised to be seeing him here.
Not at all. Went on to play for the Dragons before joining Northern Cape Heat as he gets off the mark straight away. Handy bowler as well. And give you a few offies, if you will.
Varsity cricket, actually, that's a good one. It's not as prominent as varsity rugby, the varsity cup. But would you classify it as someone who's experienced it? Would you classify it as a big stepping stone, or something like that on your way towards being a professional cricketer?
I think it's massive, as we see Liteko getting a single there. I think it's absolutely massive. You look at the likes of Lazard Williams, who was discovered in that space. Again, a Marcus Ackerman, who was also discovered in that space, who made the T20 game his own. But just for the sort of not so prominent players who get to share the field with future Proteas. Speak to the likes of Ryan Rickleton, who's been around the varsity setup, the Aidan Markham, who played for Tuks as well. Oh, cutting him in half is Mnyanda. An absolutely brilliant take as well from Malika behind the stumps. Asking Haasbroek to do a little bit of work.
A ball like that is going to keep Rowan Haasbroek on his toes there, because it seemed to have jacked back in. Huge movement off the pitch.
Just carrying on with the development of cricketers coming out of the varsity cricket competition. Left alone outside the off stump. Look at the likes of Sean Whitehead as well, who's just down the road now with the Warriors. Came out of that competition. Player Swanepoels who've played in that comp too, and then look at some who've gone on not to be players but coaches in this space too. And Arya van Wyk, who's now the head coach of St Andrews in Bloemfontein, and doing really well with the youngsters in that side. So it's important and it's critical for development of players. And with the game also taking its step towards a T20 competition and the introduction of the Betway SA 20 over the last 3 seasons, there's space for players to be discovered at a T20 level and specialising in that space. Not only that, but it's also where franchises now really do keep an eye out for players coming through the varsity setup. And just how things are structured with varsity sport, that they give players until the age of 26 to be playing their sport. But from there, someone's got to go somewhere if they are to continue the game. And 6 or 7 years under a varsity banner would be incredible experience for any team in the franchise space.
Which begs the question, do you think it should get the same amount of exposure as the Varsity Cup in the rugby space? Or how can we get it there?
De Klerk continues. Haasbroek has gone big. It's in the air and taken easily. And a massive breakthrough for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's Nathan Roo who does the rest at cover, but incredible bowling from Jade de Klerk.
Regulation delivery from Jade de Klerk. A loose shot from Rowan Haasbroek. Easy catch. A double whammy.
Yeah, he goes for 2 after just facing 5 deliveries, and it's a good old 1 brings 2, as they'll always say in the fielding department of the game. We're just singing his praises about how impressive a middle order batter he is. And unfortunately, it's coming to the temptation, looking to go up and over, which introduces a very interesting statistic rather in this innings for Northern Cape. 2 attempted shots over the top and 2 wickets coming from it.
And the head coach, Dion Carolus, won't be happy with that. Those 2 attempts over the top coming from 2 of his most experienced players. That's a dressing room I wouldn't want to be in right now.
Now we speak about experience. It's 38-year-old Ramonita Blanche who strides to the wicket and comes in at number 6 for Northern Cape Heat. Well-experienced cricketer. He made a short little 150-kilometer trip from Bloemfontein in the Free State to Kimberley in the Northern Cape, where he now applies his trade. Having played a lot of his developmental cricket out in Kimberley, went and played at the University of the Free State and plied his trade with the Knights for a while. And it's actually where the fielder from that last catch also spent a lot of time developing his cricket. Nathan Roo spent some time at the University of the Free State and with the Knights before moving back to the Eastern Cape. It's flattened in at the pads and tucked away by De Blanche. Be happy to go sit at the non-striker's end.
Once more, Liteko has to have a shift in his mindset. You can't expect Romano de Blanche to go for the big hits immediately or so early, and especially seeing as how the last 2 wickets have fallen.
It goes out on the sweep shot again. Oohs and ahs coming from the field from the Eastern Cape Innyathi. They've got a bit of wind in their sails. The chatter starts to pick up again. Lots of chat out in the field for Eastern Cape Innyathi as de Klerk continues.
He's going to look to toss it up, yeah.
Oh, and he's trying to catch De Blanche in a little bit of no man's land. See if he can trap him in front to go back. It's a wicket apiece for each of the bowlers for Iinyathi today. De Klerk, Klaasen, Nyanda and Van Sail. A little bit flatter this time. Dropped down onto the onside, tidied up by Nathan Rue. Just a single for De Blanche, who's moved on to 2. Spoke about how Litego was quietly going along his business. He's slowed down since the loss of those 2 wickets. Almost undone, but as the cricket folks say, even the Chinese play cut shots. It's inside edge down towards the fine leg boundary for 4.
It's the quicker one from Jay de Klerk. Beating all ends up was Mudiri Liteko. Fortunate that the ball gets the inside edge. No chance for Malika. Runs down the boundary.
As we get to the end of the over there, and an 86 for 4 after 21 deliveries. As you start to think about things that are or have been at this ground, handful of international one-day internationals that have gone past the 300 run mark. It's been a ground that's been able to do that, but maybe a little bit in its history as it slowed down the wickets over the last couple of years.
We had the odd one where the West Indies, the last time the Proteas men played here, where the West Indies played against the Proteas men, and we had way over 300. Temba Bavuma had a memorable innings there, fighting a losing battle. But yeah, generally at Buffalo Park, you expect around 245, 250. That's a very good score here. It's a very defendable total, especially as we expect the wind to pick up later on in the game. We expect the cracks, maybe they could develop a bit more on the pitch because the sun is still baking down here.
A little bit more of an effort delivery, but well negotiated down towards the leg side, and single for Litego. We speak about a lot of run scoring. Most runs scored by international batter at this ground is somebody who plied his trade for the Warriors when they were still part of the East London setup. Give you one guess to who it is.
Is it the legend himself, Marco Murray?
Dot ball fended well by De Blanche. He scored a lot of runs here at this ground, has Murray, but goes a little bit further back into the history books. Probably one of the greatest to ever play the game. Bat and ball in hand. Jacques Callis.
Callis played for the Warriors. Won us a couple of tournaments in the late 2000s. I think it was the MTN 40.
It's around the 2008, 2009, 10, 11 seasons.
Solid Warriors team, those. Ashwell Prince was there. Iinyathi. I believe Johan Botha was there. Mark Boucher. Lopsy Tsotsobe. Davy Jacobs.
Taron Hendersons were making their way in the side as well. Legendary 409 runs at this ground, shark colours and international colours. Nyanda continues to Blanche, looking to force a single, being kept honest. As Litego on the non-striker's end. You mentioned Iinyathi. Well, naming some of the greats to come out of that Warriors squad. One test match ever played at this ground, which was in 2002 against Bangladesh. We'll circle back to this one. There were 2 5-wicket hauls in that match from South African bowlers. Iinyathi was the one. Perhaps a little bit of trivia here is to find out if anybody can tell us who that second
one
owner of the 5-wicket haul was for that game. But we'll circle back to that one in just a bit. Tight fielding in the ring to bring about an end to the over. And it is 88 for 4 of the 22 deliveries.
De Klerk has bowled 6 overs, and it's interesting, he's still carrying on. You have to ask yourself, at what point are they going to try and bring in the second spinner? And you usually at this time, you look around and you want to see who's stretching, who's trying to warm up, to see if maybe Alicia Sizani or Jason Neiman is going to get the next crack at the bowling. And perhaps on which end, because Jay de Klerk is operating from the Buffalo Park Drive end now. Maybe they want him to finish his overs and then get the second spinner on.
Yeah, I do have a couple of options who can turn the ball. Do Iinyathi. De Klerk continues in a thickish outside edge for Blanche. Lots of work to do. Chasing the ball down towards the boundary is Dadswell, but with this tabletop that we have of an outfield at Buffalo Park, it runs away for 4.
Northern Cape Heat will take them as they come, whichever way they come. Fortunate boundary there for Romano to Blanche.
Nudged away, and questions as to why that was a single, but to Blanche picking up the single nevertheless. It's another one for the experienced campaigner. And so while we're sort of chatting about this outfield and perhaps maybe trying to create a picture for the viewer at home on why we speak about the square almost being elevated in the downhill slope. If you take a dinner plate and you turn it upside down, the Klerk continues, you turn it upside down, and it's got those ridges that kind of slope towards the back end. At the top in the middle is where you'd put the square where the guys are playing. Once the ball gets out of the ring, it's very difficult to chase it down to the boundary. A little bit of air from the Klerk.
So you want your fielders in situations like that to be stopping the ball when it's still inside the circle. Because it really does race down in the second half of the field. Quick over from Jay de Klerk. Score is 95 for 4 after 23 overs. Almost halfway through.
It's almost rebuild stations a bit for Northern Cape Heat, who lost a couple of quick wickets. And the first wicket falling of Ernest Kem at 6 runs, quite early on in the innings. But there was a little bit of rebuild after losing Herman, who fell for in the 28th, after 28 runs rather. And a partnership that just stemmed under 50 runs, where Vandier was lost at 76, and so too did Haasbroek go at 78. So Nyanda continues. It's short and at the body and fiddled away down the leg side, and rolls over the ropes and 4 runs have been shown.
Straying once again is Apiwe Mnyanda. It's something he's done throughout his overs, yeah? At least once or twice an over he's been doing it. That time not able to get away with it. It's a good start to the over for the Northern Cape Heat. Pressure's off now. He can just try and rotate the strike, as he has been, in all fairness. Has the Teko.
Nyanda continues. This one tighten at the body. I'll find that to be a little bit of clumsy fielding as they give away another single, perhaps unnecessarily. Jay de Klerk was looking for the shy at the non-striker's end, trying to catch to Blanche at a bit of a nap, but wide awake to it, and a lot of pressure on Dadswell out in this innings. A little bit fuller this time, but to Blanche, punching the ball just a couple of meters right inside of Nathan Rue.
Yet to see a 6, and for good reason too, because the only balls that they've actually tried to go over the top, as we have been mentioning, are the ones that have seen the back of Jonathan Van Dier and Ruan Hasbrook. Perhaps later on in the innings, we have to earn those kinds of shots.
Looking for that bit of a variation, slower ball bouncer. Even though it has gone wide, a lot of fielders saying, well bowled AP, well bowled. He's trying to do something a little bit different to throw Litego off his game and what he's trying to accomplish and achieve here, as he's barely crawled himself to 41 runs.
Vital innings from Liteko.
Nyanda continues. He's pushed this one slightly away from his body out to the offside. Gets a single. And partnership is starting to form between these two batters.
You can see what Nyanda is trying to do when he's bowling to Liteko. Liteko is comfortable at the moment, and he's trying to see like where exactly he can press. Maybe he'll find a soft spot there, because even the balls that have been coming to the body, it's not like he's been dealing with them like with the utmost confidence.
Again, that hard length. It's forcing to Blanche to go back, but the ball not getting up as much as perhaps he would have expected.
Patience is needed from Romana to Blanche. You know he wants to go big, but it's way too early in the innings. He should take his time, yeah? He has a lot of overs to operate.
Nyanda continues, same line, same length, and he'll be happy with this, the youngster. He literally bowling himself out of his shoes. As we get to the end of the over, it's 103 for 4.
Yeah, when something like that happens, the coach can't do anything. He can't fault you for anything because he knows you're putting in all the effort there. He just needs his socks to be off, bowling his socks off.
They speak about leaving it all out on the field. First thing I'd be telling him is, bowl yourself right out your shoes today, mate. Well done. There's a bit of a change in. We see a change in the bowling as well. The right arm off break of the debutant Lihle Sizani has been introduced into the attack.
Big prospect in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup is Lihle Sizani. Has gone through all the ranks. Played for the Iinyathi Colts. Had some outstanding innings there, outstanding games. Played his first 4-day game. Had a half a century early on in the year. Now it's a different test.
Short. Tucked away onto the onside. Happy to take the single. And again, perhaps guilty of what every bowler except for Fazal has done today. Loosener to start off his spell.
Felt like it was the worst of the lot. The Teko perhaps is still in a pragmatic mood.
And coming in the 25th over of the game to bowl his first. We underestimate the value of spinners. How important they are to a setup to have to keep themselves into the game for 25 overs. As he comes around the wicket to left-hander to Blanche. Short again, but tighter on the stumps this time around.
Opening his body up a bit too much there was to Blanche, trying to hit the ball down the ground. Want to stay as sideways as possible.
Fuller this time around and negotiates, I think would be the best word to use there by to Blanche, who's managed to keep it out. A little bit of air and obliged by to Blanche, who went on the drive, but only as far as Jade de Klerk. They'll find this very important, the Eastern Cape Innyathi, being able to string a couple of dot balls together. So that run rate has been climbing ever so slightly since the loss of Haasbroek. Nudged onto the onside. They'll get a single. And it's also a single to end what has been a very good first over. A very quick first over from Cezanne as well. 2 runs coming off of it. Northern Cape Heat find themselves at 105 for 4 at the halfway mark.
It's interesting to, I'm not sure if you've seen Lisha Cezanne up close. It's interesting to note his physique. He's not the meatiest bloke on the block. And a player like Jade de Klerk is also not on the bulky side, but Cezanne seems to be a special case. You watch him when he's batting and he's able to hit a 6, and you're asking yourself, how do those arms, how are they able to generate that much power?
He'll tell you it's easy, it's timing. If you ask Quinton de Kock, he'll tell you see ball, hit ball.
That's one guy who goes for the ball.
Change of bowling for the Bunkers Hill end. Jason Niemand, ball in hand. Dartier character. Won't see all too much flight from him. We'll see him probably try and, particularly at the left-hander, dart the ball in towards the pads, always attacking the stumps.
We were wondering whether they would bowl Cezanne or Jason Niemand. They've gone with both.
You might just see these two trying to up the ante and the over rate a little bit for Eastern Cape Innyathi and see if they can steal a quick 10 overs from Northern Cape Heat before they're aware that they've gone by them. It's the importance of being in those middle stages of the game where strike rotation will be so crucial for the visiting side. Nudge down the ground does exactly that. Blanche scampers through to get to 11.
There are definitely a few cracks on the pitch. And if you have 3 spinners, surely you want them to exploit that. So it's understandable that all 3 of them are bowling. Also, it was a good point that you mentioned about the over rate. Generally, the umpires want you to be going into the drinks break after 17 overs. It was 16 now, so that's something to keep an eye on for the Eastern Cape Innyathi.
Gets himself 2 more runs, takes himself score up to 45. He's moving along nicely, is Liteko for Northern Cape Heat. Look to set up the innings and ask his batters to bat around him. Driven away down the offside as well. finds a sweeper, moves on to 46. And you see there's a quick change in the field as well as guys are looking to start running through. Litego moves to 46. Northern Cape Heat 109 for 4 after 26 overs.
Partnership has steadily moved on to 30. If the Eastern Cape Iinyathi actually looked at the scoreboard, they'd actually be quite surprised that the last wicket fell 30 runs ago.
They managed to accumulate those 30 runs in the last 6 overs, so this partnership moving steadily along at 5 and over. After they managed to keep Northern Cape Heat down to about 3.8 in the opening stanzas of this match. A punch straight back to the bowler as Sizani continues from the Buffalo Park drive end. Pushing a little bit at that one as looking to up the ante is Litego, trying to force some errors out in the field. A lot of intention in his running. Moves on to 47. Some mining and engineering going on in the field again for Eastern Cape Iinyathi, something that they've been thinking about quite hard throughout the game today. Darted in flat and very well fielded off his own bowling by Lihle Sizani. Flat again, he's looked to go over the top, the tallest man on the field. Couldn't get to it in Nico van Sail, and to Blanche manages to thieve himself a boundary, 4 runs over Miron.
Not the greatest of connections for Romano to Blanche, but the Eastern Cape Iinyathi didn't have any cover in that area on the boundary, so it was a relatively safe shot to go for, and he manages to escape with the boundary there.
Sizani fuller this time. To Blanche had to muscle that last delivery off his back foot. Fuller this time driven again. He'll take a comfortable single down to Niemand, who will get the ball in and perhaps follow it all the way to the other end to continue his spell. It takes a score up to 115 for 4 after 27 overs. Six runs coming from that over after conceding only 2 in his first. In case you might have missed it a little bit earlier on today, Northern Cape Heat winning the toss, electing to bat first, losing their captain with just 6 runs on the scoreboard. Healthy knock of 34 from his opening partner, Jonathan Vandier. As Niemand continues. Flat again from Orion Tom Offie. And 2 quick wickets in succession, the loss of Herman and Haasbroek. Saw the score go to 4 down. Flat again, it's been picked up. There's a man in the deep. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! Romano to Blanche, Northern Cape Heat will be asking, what have you done? He's only gone and picked out the fielder.
Romano to Blanche. Ball was dragged down from Jason Niemand. Seemed to have picked up the length a bit late though. Couldn't get underneath the ball enough. And hits it straight down the throat of Apua Mnyanda on the backward square leg boundary.
He departs for 16, does to Blanche. He does so after spending 26 minutes at the wicket. And 28 balls that he's faced, and it's a crucial partnership to break for Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
Once again, it's another wicket where one of the players was trying to go for a big hit. It's very rare that you get to see something like that happen in the professional space, where players can clearly see that the runs are coming, they're flowing, they're going at a healthy rate in that partnership of just over 5. But he felt like he needed to go for that one. Now a big hitter like Hardus Viljoen, you ask yourself, how long is he going to wait around until he decides he needs to go for the big hit?
If anyone in this Northern Cape Heat lineup can clear these ropes quite easily, it is Hardus Viljoen. He used to hit at a country mile when he plied his trade down in the Free State. Played for almost every international league for IPLs, or rather T20 rather. Ironically enough, not finding himself in the IPL.
You mentioned that stat a bit earlier, and I found it extremely odd. But it's not like the shots haven't been there for the taking, because as we said, the wickets that they've gotten, especially the ones where the players were trying to go for the big shots, it hasn't been the best of deliveries. It's just they've been mistiming them.
Down the wickets immediately from Viljoen. Doesn't seem like he's going to wait around on merit. He's off the mark as he punches down onto the offside. You mentioned about batters getting themselves out. Romano Tablanche, who's an extremely experienced batter, will be kicking himself in the change room now.
We mentioned it earlier. That's a changing room you don't want to be in. The coach will be fuming that 3 of his most experienced players have gotten out in that.
A bit of innovation here from Litego, who sees that Niemand is darting them in. He's also doing so without a short fine leg, so exploiting the gap in the field there. Takes his score up to 49. Happy to still be playing shots even though he approaches the 50-run mark.
Yeah, coaches always tell you that you don't want to adjust your style of play just because you're close to a milestone. If you think of players like Herschel Gibbs in the international scene, he pioneered that sort of play where even if it was in the 90s, it'd still be trying to go for the 6s.
And a nudge into the offside, and it takes Mudiri Litego up to a half century. He raises his bat towards his teammates. It's been a crucial innings for Northern Cape Heat. He's allowed the batters to bat around them, and he's anchored down for the side to get them up to what has been the score of 119 for 5 after 28. His 50 runs coming off of 60 deliveries. He spent just under an hour and a half at the wicket and scoring a lot of his runs towards that fine leg region. 21 of them, in fact, of the 50 have come in that fine leg region. But also happy to score in front of square on the offside. And it's been an important innings for Northern Cape Heat.
Those runs have come at a good rate from Litego as well, which is something that the other batters, it leaves you quite perplexed as to why they would try to go for the big shots, because he got 50 of 60 balls. That's a good rate. Without even trying to take any risky shots or play any risky shots.
It just speaks to his statistics as well of that 81% or 81 strike rate of 81, and that he's got in this format of cricket, and keeping up with it. He now finds himself just a couple, 16 runs, 15 runs actually short of his highest score. Mix up here! And doing enough was Litego to get to the other end. It's a little bit of a bump into each other sort of action at the bowler's end, which saw Lutego getting off the mark quite late to get through for that single. There was a lot of scamper, a lot of helter-skelter.
Love the calling there from Harris Viljoen. He saw that his partner at the non-striker's end was in trouble, but he still made the call, trusting Liteko to get to the other side.
A bit of a mix-up again in the middle. He was looking to get that quick strike rotation on Northern Cape Heat.
This time it was Harris who was running to the danger end, so he decided the run wasn't on.
Darted in and punched this time to mid-off and coming through for a single. Yeah, Litego's going to have to think about that one. It's, you look at the difference in the shape of bodies between the two batters.
Man Mountain as Harris Viljoen.
Shuffles down the wicket and nudges onto the onside, but it's a dot ball to end the over. And takes the score to 122 for 5 after 29.
You look at the wickets there after Herman, when Jonathan Van Der and Liteko were batting. In all honesty, there's no reason why Jonathan Van Der isn't still in there. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi have kept steady lines, but they haven't bowled any magic deliveries or any deliveries that you could say really required you to make any adjustments as a batter. They haven't beaten the bat. It's just been bowling the same line, keeping it steady. They just needed to be a bit more patient. All three of the experienced batters that have gotten out after the second wicket.
Neiman continues from the bunker's heel end. Continues to dart them in. Another quick single. Just keeping that strike rotation at a constant or Northern Cape Heat. Perhaps maybe the thought process would have been that a big birdie for Yun was going to look to clear the ropes early on. He's allowed Tego to carry on doing his thing and just nudging it around the wicket.
Also, it will be difficult for Yun to get under the ball when someone like Jason Neiman is bowling, because he darts the ball in, gets it in flat. Good fielding from the captain there.
And the danger with Niemand is every now and then he'll get one to stick and grip and turn, and varies his pace very well. I've often heard people speaking about playing him like he's a medium pacer because of how the ball goes through. Until one or two really just grip and turn, which he does have the ability to do when he brings the pace in a little bit. Got to be watched with a cautious eye as he continues from the bunker's heel end. Dot ball.
Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but one player that's not going to try his luck with Jason Neiman is, as he proves it.
Yeah, soft touch, a soft, deft touch as well as he pushes this one down towards third man and comes back for 2. Also brings about an end to the over. Takes his score to 55, and after the end of the 30th, it's 126 for 5.
130 runs and 126 runs in 30 overs. It's fairly healthy for the Northern Cape Heat. The only issue you might say is the number of wickets that have fallen. But the platform is there for a player like Viljoen and Thuli to capitalize on later on in the innings.
Bashir Walters also still to come, who can clear a rope when he swings the willow.
Three fielders on the leg side boundary for Lihle Sizani when he's bowling to Viljoen. Suggesting he's going to keep it nice and tight, close to the body.
He's flicked this one off his legs, but My, oh my, has Nyanda covered ground quickly on that leg side boundary. Only the single. Some gardening out in the middle for Ditego, who's on 55. Happy to push this one down the ground.
Expert innings from Mutiri Ditego, I mean.
Dot ball. Start to ask the question of how long Viljoen will be happy to play second fiddle in this innings. He keeps this one out again.
I reckon we'll get an answer in the next couple of overs. Because ideally, the reason I'm saying that, ideally they would have wanted to target one of the two bowlers that are in right now. Either Lisha Sizani or Jason Newman. Newman already has a wicket. So my bet is still on them trying to take on Lisha Sizani.
He's managed to string together a couple of dot balls here, has Sizani. In the over with the single, which means that Harris Viljoen will take the strike into the next over. After 31 overs being bowled, score is 130 for 5.
We're probably going to have drinks in the next 2 to 3 overs. It's important for the Northern Cape Heat to keep this partnership going, and also to look post the drinks break, because in the first drinks break they struggled after the drinks break, and they lost a wicket, a crucial wicket for Jonathan Van Dier.
And the month continues. Viljoen happy to just see him away.
Talk about nonchalant. Nonchalant is the name of the game from Harris Viljoen. Look at that.
Tucks this one under his arm towards a vacant square leg. Finds another single.
Still 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square.
And he's played that shot again. He's quite happy to get onto his back foot and just ride the ball down towards the boundary. And there's some tag team fielding going on between Roo and Gleaves. But coming back for the third.
A ball like that, or a shot like that from Mutiri Diteko is going to make Jason Newman think twice about darting the ball in like that, because he's going to keep trying to use the pace of the ball and not always trying to hit him down the ground. If he bowls it short and quick and wide, that's the kind of shot that he's going to be trying to play.
This one almost sneaks through, catching the inside half of the bat. Viljoen coming through for a single. Niemand will most likely look to play with his length more than anything else. It's easy for Ditego to get away with playing the ball the way that he has, because it's moving across the body. He'll be cautious of getting too much bat on it though, and finding Roo. And also just bowling the slightly straighter line is Niemand to bring about an end to his fourth over. He's conceded 17 for 1 wicket after his 4. And Northern Cape Heat find themselves at 135 for 5 after 32 overs. speak about batters batting in partnership. It's been a crucial bowling partnership this for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, with Niemand bowling alongside Sizani. Their operation has been simple: keep the boundaries to a minimum, get through the overs. As Viljoen comes through for a single, finding that vacant square leg area yet again.
Patience still needed.
It's again tickle away into that vacant square leg area. I'll come through for the single.
It's important for Liteko to keep talking to Hardus here and keep relaying the same message, asking him not.
As you say that, your words were not even called. He shuffles down the wicket. What have you done? Hardus Viljoen is out as he spoons it straight to Jason Niemand, and that is the end of the experienced, seasoned veteran. It's 137 for 6.
Just chips it straight to the man in mid-wicket. Unbelievable stuff. As we're about to mention it, needs to keep his composure and keep the ball down the ground.
Oh, lack thereof has cost him his wicket after 8 runs as Hardus Viljoen faced 17 deliveries for that 8. Spent just under 20 minutes at the wicket. He'll be disappointed to be heading back into the change room, but his wicket also brings about the drinks break. Welcome back after our second drinks break as fielding side out in the field. As Eastern Cape Iinyathi have just picked up another wicket, which brings to the crease Tsepo Ntuli. So more renowned for his left arm spinners, or his right arm spinners, than he is for bat in hand. But don't get him wrong, he is no mug with the bat. We'll be looking to take this one as deep as possible with Mudiri Titego, who's on 60 runs, just 5 shy of his highest score. Change in the field as well for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. There's Matthew Fourie, the 12th man mid-wicket. Ntuli will also have one eye on the wicket to see what it's going to be doing and see how it can assist him when he's bowling. a little bit later on for Northern Cape Heat. Spent some time in India, didn't Dooley, on a spinners clinic. Fends up well to defend that one and keep it out. Bring about also the end of the 33rd over. And once again, every single bowler for Eastern Cape Iinyathi on the wickets column. We're in the wickets column. It's 137 for 6 after 33.
Post-drinks break, pre-drinks break. Northern Cape Heat batters losing their concentration. Losing wickets at crucial stages of the innings.
Jason Iinyathi will continue in this partnership. He's coming in from the Bunkers Hill end. He's bowled 4 overs thus far. He's 17 for 1. Going at just over 4 and over. He's been playing that shot quite often off Nimanta's Ditego, but he's been finding it a little bit finer. He's probably scored about 8 runs in that region. Oh, he's popped it up a little bit. Niman's taken a little bit of pace off the delivery to draw him into the shot early.
There's nothing really off the pitch that the bowlers at the moment are getting out of it. Which brings you back to the wickets that they kept losing. The Northern Cape Heat, it's self-harm really.
Yeah, losing wickets in crucial parts of the game as partnerships start to build and develop. And the highest partnerships that they've had thus far has been one of 48 runs, or about 46 runs. And that work was undone. It was between Vandia and Ditego, who's now on 61. And Dooley, who's the new batter, takes strike though. Up to Jason Iinyathi. Flicks this one down the ground and he'll pick up a single. 29-year-old Dooley.
It's still too early to be pulling the trigger if you're the Northern Cape Heat. Still got 17 overs to negotiate.
Full driven to the offside and wide of that sweeper. He's made some good yards, has Nyanda down on the ropes, but disappointed is Iinyathi. Begs the question of if he's disappointed in the fielding work or his own bowling. Nevertheless, it's 2 to end the over. It takes the score to 141.
The perfect blueprint to bat on this wicket. And to, up until the point that they get dismissed, all the other batters have been following the same blueprint. It's just a lack of patience that's been their undoing.
A lack of patience, loss in concentration. Also give credit where credit is due and how well the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers have done to hit their areas and hit their straps and put together a couple of back-to-back dot balls.
There's one.
Fuller this time, driven by Ntuli. Touch and turn, and he's coming back for the second. Immediate hand up in apology from Shane Dadswell. Perhaps knows that he shouldn't have conceded a second there.
Good running, good early call from the two batters. Trusted themselves that they'd cover the ground. Also speaks to the fitness of a player like Mudirili Teko, that is willing to go for the second run there, having been in since around 10:30 a.m.
Spent a lot of time in the middle in this innings and he's applying himself really well. Ntuli gets Another single takes his score up to 4. What a crucial wicket this would be for Eastern Cape Iinyathi to see the back of this wicket-keeper batsman. Slightly slower and a big appeal, but perhaps an inside edge there. He lives to fight another day. Sazani continues. In this spell of his that has seen him bowling 5 overs in his 6th now. Fuller this time. Stabbed out towards cover. Dot ball. Slightly straighter this time, but again, punch straight back to the bowler. And that dot ball also brings about into his 6th over. He's conceded 20 for 1 wicket. Northern Cape Heat. 144 after 6 overs. 5 shy of that final power play.
Straight 6-over spell for Sazani. And he's been able to keep that end going pretty well. Back to back with Jason Neiman and Jay de Klerk. Spinners have 18 overs between them right now. And it's something you expect on a track like this one.
It goes back to the conversation that we had when we saw these two spinners bowling in tandem. As Ntuli throws his hands at a wide one. And we saw how quickly Sazani got through his very first over. And that concept of stealing 10 overs and before you know it, that's exactly what has happened now, is that they've shot through 10 overs and also seen the back of Hardus Viljoen. As Northern KP pick up another single. It's now going into the 12th over between these two spinners.
It's been a lively fielding performance from Apua Mnyanda so far.
Short, punched away to the offside and calling into question that Mnyanda yet again, who's got a bit of work to do. Returning it to the keeper's end, keeping it down to a single. Dooley drops it down onto the onside. He'll pick up a single. In the part of the game where batting side are looking to rotate strike, we've often seen it in the game of cricket become a bit of a helter-skelter. Short, back onto the back foot, cuts away. Be looking to touch and turn for the second, and Apua Mnyanda saying, not on my watch.
It was actually a good observation from Mudiri Liteko there. He knew that Apua Mnyanda is a left-hander and the ball was on his left side, so the pick up and throw wouldn't be that hard. So it was best to just go for 1 run.
A little bit straight to this side and fiddled away onto the onside. Just behind square, picking up another single. Brings it into Neiman's 6th over. And he's picked up 1 wicket for the 26 runs that he has conceded and takes a score up to 149 for 6.
You see, that for me was a good over for the Northern Cape Heat. They got 5 singles there, 5 runs in that over, without taking any risks, really. Now it's about maintaining that for the next 4 to 6 overs, and then giving it your all at the end. I feel like that's been the main problem throughout the innings. All the guys that have gotten out, they've given their wickets away.
Yeah, they'll be desperate to take as many wickets as possible in hand into that final 10 overs. You'll find, though, that the conversation in the middle will most likely be take it into 45 and then start firing from there. A quick call for a single comes through. Throw going through to the non-striker's end. Jay de Klerk may have done himself a bit of a mischief there. So it also brings up the 150 for Northern Cape Heat off 222 balls thus far in the innings. Looking to do something slightly different, and good fielding again from Iinyathi to keep it down to a single.
You mentioned a couple of times the partnership between Sizani and Niemand, about them quickly stealing 10 overs. It's gone way beyond that now, and it's gold for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, because in a stage like this, you would have thought that either one of Fonsale or Nyanda or Claassen would have gotten back into the attack. But these guys have been doing so well that they haven't really required them to.
I think beneficially as well, on the back of that, while you're mentioning it, is that they haven't required any of their big quicks to come back into in the middle overs, which keeps them before the back end and the death bowling. Does beg the question though, as Pacheco gets a little bit enterprising for a single, does beg the question of whether the spinners would have been harder to hit at the back end of the innings, as the end of that over brings about 153 runs for the loss of 6 wickets.
I certainly would want to be facing the spinners in the back end of the innings on this kind of pitch. And Niemand is continuing into his 7th over.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these two spinners bowling their 10 out on the trot. Still got the likes of de Klerk to come back. He's got 3 more overs in hand. Shivmi down the wicket, up and over the top. That is a beautiful drive, and he'll take 4 runs from it. It's the first real attacking shot that we've seen him play. Saw him dancing around the crease in the previous over, and perhaps looking to up the ante a little bit as he goes past his highest score in this format of the game.
It's an interesting stat for Mudiri Liteko. How old did you say he was?
24-year-old.
Oh, still up and coming there.
And displays quite a brilliant bit of batting after picking up a boundary, nudging away for a single.
It's 5 runs, relatively not risky. Now it's up to Ntuli to keep the momentum going, keep looking for the singles.
And it'll be very crucial that for Eastern Cape Iinyathi to try and keep Ntuli quiet on the one end and starve Mudiri off strike. So Niemand strings together 2 dot balls. He's got 2 more to bowl in this over.
Ntuli is 9 of 18. He's going at 50.
A little bit of width, and he's managed to cut this one away. It's going down that slope in the outfield, and it's reached the fence. The work that was required of Nyanda from the sweeper's boundary, just too much to do.
Nyanda, very unfortunate. They actually got to the ball and they tried to flick it back onto play, but it hit his leg and went over the boundary. All that hard work for nothing.
The problem with starting an over with a boundary is that now what it's done is that it's catapulted this over to 9 runs off of it, with still a delivery to be bowled. And Ntuli will be happy to tuck this one away and get a single. 10 off it, off the 38th over. It's 163 for 6.
I reckon that's the last over we'll see from Jason Niemand in this innings. He's done well for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, 7 for 36 with a very crucial wicket. Sizani continuing. And also for him, how this over fares for him will determine whether he continues, he carries on. Because they do still have the insurance of 3 overs from Jay de Klerk. before the strapping quicks come in.
Jerome Bossa making use of 6 bowlers thus far in this innings. Sazani continues. He does so from the Buffalo Park drive end. Slightly fuller this time, asking Ntsepontuli to do a little bit of work.
It also makes sense why Sizani has been a bit more economical than Jason Niemand.
Slower this time, gets on the slog sweep, cries of catch it. It's kept down to 1 as it takes 2 bounces before it finds Nathan Rue out at Car corner.
Liteko almost giving his wicket away there. Ntuli, I beg your pardon.
Getting busy again there at the striker's end, and a lot of shuffling. We saw him doing this in the last over that Sazani bowled, and perhaps maybe upsetting his base, which has been so good in this innings of 72 thus far. Standing still, goes on the drive, and that's what he's needed to do because it's uppish, but it's straight through the covers. It's 4 that takes him to 76 runs.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Mutiri Liteko. He's been on his game for the entire innings, finds the gap there so effortlessly. Again, risk-free cricket.
Seemed to unsettle himself a bit when he was hopping around. Sazani slightly slower this time around. And Niemand does the tidying up just outside the ring. And it's a single to end the over. 6 runs coming from it. And after 39 overs, East Northern Cape Heat 169 for 6. With this partnership climbing up to 32 runs now.
Yeah, it does look as if Chad Clarkson is coming into bowl now. Coming back from where he started in the Bunkers Hill end.
Coming in for his 3rd spell is Clausen. His first spell lasting 4 overs before going through a change of ends and bowling 2. But he now comes in for his 7th over.
Also, he's bowling to a different Mutiri Liteko now. He's well settled in. Seeing the ball as big as a beach ball, as Makantini would say.
Here's a gentleman who's got all the experience in the world at this ground.
Valuable asset when he was playing at Buffalo Park.
Looking to drive, but only as far as mid-off. Fuller length from Clausen to what we saw in his first 2 spells.
If he keeps it there, it's important that he doesn't miss his line. He can keep the length there, but he shouldn't miss his line because he has no cover on the boundary.
Full again, up and over, short catching cover. And he's helped himself to 4 runs, and it takes him into the 80s now, 81. He finds himself from 89 deliveries.
Missed both the line and the length, did Chad Clarkson. Liteko showing all the confidence of a man who's been batting for over 2 hours. Just piercing the gap there.
Clausen to continue. And he's brought the length back a little bit this time around. It's been nudged along towards 3rd man. 2nd single or 2nd run turned down. And Ntuli will have to face up now to Clausen.
Again, he's got 5 runs off the first 3 balls of the over, so no need for them to be taking any risks. It's a message that Liteko should be passing on to Tsepontuli.
Bit of a harder length ball this time around. Ntuli managing to keep it out. He'll take the dot ball, Will Claassen, because it's been a bit of a rough start to him for this over. Interesting to see that he's brought his length back a little bit to Ntuli, who's relatively newer at the wicket. Has been there for almost 5 overs now.
You could see from the way it was set up there, Tsepontuli was going to block that ball no matter what had happened.
Slightly fuller this time, punch down to long on. They'll look to touch and turn for the second, but a good bit of fielding down at the boundary. Carried out by Jade de Klerk there. We'll keep it down to a single.
Sensible cricket from Tsepontuli. Just needs to keep this going here. Play a good supporting role to Muteri Liteko. Liteko as well. He's still got 11.1 overs or 10.1 overs left.
Slightly slower in speed. He's flicked it over mid-wicket. That is a great bit of timing on that one. And across the ropes it goes. 4 more runs.
It's a brilliant shot. The one time that Chad Claassen is straight down the leg side, Liteko capitalizes, just flicks it over the men at mid-wicket. He's timing the ball nicely now.
Takes us into the 40th over. 40 overs gone. 179 for 6 as umpire calls the start of the 3rd power play. Net run rate has now climbed up to 4.5 runs and over.
Of the last 3 overs, the Northern Cape Heat have managed to accumulate over 20 runs without really taking any risks. And that's something that they're going to have to keep doing throughout the next 5 overs or so. Interestingly, Sizani is carrying on from the Buffalo Park Drive end. His first 8 overs have gone for 30 runs. Drops back. Sizani drops it down. Goes straight to the man at deep backward point. It's been a measured innings from Tsepontuli. He's only taken advantage of the balls that have been there to be hit. It does seem like Lihle Sizani is going to bowl out. Oh, scampers through. Ooh. Good quick single there, taken by Tsepontuli.
Brings back the form batsman onto strike, and he's really done so well to piece his innings together today. Just the timing around it and the risk-free cricket that he's played, and he's almost scored runs at will. As he rocks back and tries to find a gap in the leg side, straight to a fielder nevertheless. And he has up until the last 2 overs that Sizani has bowled. Not necessarily played conservatively, but he's played risk-free cricket. Started dancing around the wickets a little bit and trying to transfer pressure, and that is a beautiful cover drive. Split all the fielders. And away to the ropes it goes to end the 41st over 7 runs coming from it. It's his 9th over that Sizani has bowled. It takes a score to 186 for 6 after 41.
And crucially, the partnership is 49 without really taking any risks in their play. And it's something that they've done before in the innings. 3 or 4 partnerships have gone on to accumulate a healthy amount of runs. It's just about now navigating the last 9 overs, yeah, as we see Nico van Zyl replacing Chad Clarkson.
It's also something that you've seen in modern day cricket, of the question of when to really start getting into the so-called death bowling. If you leave that for the last 4 to 5 overs, or if you go from the 41st over, from the 40th over really. In the way that these two have been batting, perhaps looking to force this Eastern Cape Innyathi team to get into their death bowling and defensive fields early on in this 3rd power play.
Yeah, look, they have enough overs left within the 3 premium bowlers to initiate the death overs even right now. So I guess that's why they're bringing back Nico van Zyl.
Runs into Bowley's 6th, and he starts with a short ball. Whiffs past Ntuli's head, as he also attempted the pull shot. Not too sure it's the smartest option going for that shot. It's more of a hook really, but there's 2 fielders out on that side. Short again from Van Zyl, a big appeal. All parties feeling that the ball has come off of his shoulder.
And to their credit, the Eastern Cape Innyathi field is not really making a big deal out of it. And the replays do show that the ball hit the shoulder. Good decision from umpire Bongani Chebe.
Yeah, it seemed to just slow down after it went past him and bobble up a bit and give you an indication that it was not necessarily off a glove or off the bat. No real thud sound either to give you the impression of the glove as Van Zyl continues. Short again, this time was worked off his hips and down towards 3rd man to take a single, bringing about the strike to batter in the 90s. The nervous 90s as that partnership also reaches 50. Quite brilliant bit of batting from these two. It's come off just 54 deliveries. Relatively risk-free cricket. The Tekos has scored 31 from this partnership. Ntuli has contributed the 19 that he's currently on. This will be a partnership that they'll be looking to try and take deep into this innings.
Nico van Zyl changing the field. He has Chad Clarkson at deep mid wicket. And J.T. Clerk at long on.
He's chipped it, and it's gone straight back into Van Zyl's hands. And a fantastic grab. It was going to take something special to break this innings. And how incredible a reflex catch is that? Nico van Zyl doing the business on his own. It is a brilliant catch to bring about the end of a brilliant knock.
How unlucky is that for Modiri Teko? Makes good connection with the ball. Nico van Zyl sticks one hand out, and fortunately, the ball sticks into his hand.
He stuck out the big right paw, and it's one of those that either go in and stick or they just bounce straight out. It gets rid of Modiri Teko. Fantastic innings, 91 runs that he has scored off 95 deliveries. And it was going to take something crucial to break this partnership. And what a time to do it for Eastern Cape Innyathi.
That is a huge wicket. A probable momentum shifter. It could very well define the innings now for the Northern Cape Heat. Nico van Zyl, the strike bowler for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, coming into the attack, immediately gets the purchase.
Yeah, he's done it again, and he's gotten to the danger man, because you almost think that coming up towards the back end of their innings, that there was just a little bit more that he was going to be able to do to find the boundaries. And one less worry for Eastern Cape Iinyathi as Ben van Rensburg rather, Ben van Rensburg comes to the wicket.
The introduction of Ben van Rensburg brings back the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Short ball and feathered off the body. They'll get a single. Hit me in the head once, this fellow with the cricket ball.
Van Rensburg.
That's the one. Back
What
then,
were you doing?
Clearly not watching the ball. He comes in as a
Sam?
left arm seamer from over the wicket, skiddy character. Surprised me with a short one.
Was the angle that beat you?
Always the angle of the left-handers. Van Zyl continues. Short ball, looking to return the favour for me, and bit of a slip out in the field. Had seen the ball go past him, and 4 more runs. That explains the disappointment for Van Zyl.
Sizani, they're overrunning the ball and then slipping past it. Not really the kind of way you want to end an over where you got the wicket. Nico van Zyl showing his frustration there.
It also means 6 runs off the over, crucial 6 runs for Heat. It takes him to 192 for 7 after 42. And change in bowling on the Buffalo Park drive end. This sees a reintroduction of spinner Jade de Klerk, who's had a good spell of 7 overs. He went for 34 runs. He picked up 1 wicket in that first spell of his. Turning the ball into the left-handed van Rensburg, asking him to hit into the slight breeze that we have across the ground. It's blowing diagonally from the bottom left-hand corner to the top right-hand corner of screen. Slightly slower as well.
You can see what Jade de Klerk is trying to do here. At some point, he's going to bowl the one that skids off the surface. There it is.
Navigated well by van Rensburg.
Problem is, you never know when it's going to come from Jade de Klerk, because sometimes he'll toss the ball up and it'll hit the same area on the pitch, but it will go through normally at a normal pace.
That one has come through a little bit quicker. Big appeal, and he's been given. Up goes the finger of Irfan van der Merwe. And that sees the back of Ben van Rensburg. Slightly quicker delivery that's shot through, and it's beaten the bat of the left-handed van Rensburg, and out he goes. 192 for 8 now, Northern Cape Heat. A short stay for van Rensburg comes to an end. Just 1 run scored.
Once more, the Northern Cape Heat losing a couple of wickets after having a big partnership. I have to say that wicket looked less stonewall dead than the first one that wasn't given against Jonathan Van Deer. But you might want to say it's umpire's call.
It always is the umpire's call. Benefit of the doubt always goes to the umpire.
Also shows just what a dot ball can do. Jade de Klerk bowled 3 consecutive dot balls there. And in the 4th ball, he got the wicket. The pressure was getting to Van Rensburg.
Well, that wicket brings to the crease 38 years of experience in the form of Bashir Walters. Oh, he's 38 years of age. I don't think he's been playing cricket for 38 years. Nevertheless, makes his way out into the middle. Knows this ground all too well, does Bash Walters.
The Heat are in trouble here. They could find themselves finishing the innings without getting to 200 runs. Yeah, Big Bash is a wily old campaigner, very experienced, a veteran, a stalwart here at the border region. Played for border for many years before the offset of the professional cricket landscape.
Gets off the mark immediately. Flick off for a single. He applied his trade down here in East London when the Warriors were still a part of East London and Gqeberha, before the provincial split happened a few years ago. Brilliant with the ball, but also no mug with the bat. Knows how to clear the ropes. De Klerk bowls this one awfully slow. It took an age to find Ntuli on the striker's end, and it brings about an end to his 8th over. And he's now 35 for 2. Northern Cape Heat 193 for 8 after 43 overs.
Nico van Zyl going to have a crack at Big Bash Walters. I wouldn't be surprised if he gave him a couple of short balls here, just to keep him honest. No such thing as a fast bowlers union.
It's always fun seeing two big quicks at each other. You think back to the days of international cricket where you'd see a young Dale Steyn running in at a Brett Lee or a Mitchell Johnson and always be happy to clear his left leg and try and find the ropes. Always entertaining when the quicks are bowling at each other.
Those are the nicest battles. Dale Steyn getting hooked for sixes by Mitchell Johnson. That was a nice sight. That was lovely. Let's see how he goes here. Doesn't have any cover on the leg side in the backward square leg region.
Short, back of a length. It doesn't get up as much as Bash was expecting it to. And he's only managed to chop it on to the base of his leg stump. Van Zyl has picked up another one at the back end of the innings.
Big Bash trying to nudge it down to the third man boundary. Makayantini style. Unfortunately, doesn't end well for him. Heat are now in real trouble of not getting to that 200 run mark.
He goes for 1 run, does Big Bash. And he faced 2 deliveries to score that one. And Northern Cape Heat now 193 for 9. In fear of being bowled out in this innings. And out into the middle now. Strides, tail ender. Zakhele Kwabe, who's, well, there'll be some expectation over the fast bowler, but also realizing at what stage of the innings we're in. Dooley will have to try and get himself on strike and perhaps look to mine the strike for the remaining few overs.
Big impact made by Nico van Zyl since his reintroduction into the attack. 2 quick wickets, finds himself with 3 right now. He's going to try and end it off in style here. So I would have liked to have seen the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers actually trying to, or being forced to bowl Yorkers. But it doesn't seem like we're going to have the chance now, because they struggled with that in the T20s early on in the season.
Credit to Vansel. He's come in with the plan towards the back end of the death here to the so-called tail enders, if you will. He continues from the bunker's heel end. Short again and ducks under this one. Real aggression shown here from the big quick for Iinyathi.
Zakele Grabe wanted nothing to do with that. Happy to oblige.
Quite a bit of a contrast to what we saw happening when Ntuli was at the striker's end. He was looking to try and take those on from Vansel. Short again and navigated well.
Interesting call there from the square leg umpire, judging that that ball wasn't at shoulder height. Said it was at chest height. That's what he signaled to the standing umpire.
He is a big man, this Kwabe. It will take a very short ball to get past his shoulders. Begs the question when the fuller delivery might come from Vansel. Short again, this time slightly slower, pulled away. Finds Cow corner, will be a single. Takes Northern KP to 194. Every run crucial for them at this stage.
Needs a single here, does Ntuli. He needs to be the one facing J. de Klerk. Needs to trust. It's either he trusts himself to block this one and get a single off the last ball, or trust Grabe to navigate the last ball.
Short, and he's gone for the pull shot as well. There's a second one from the over called by the umpire. And he's gone for it again. Hasn't Ntuli. He's gone for all three of them that he's had from Vansel. Seems like he just rolled his hands over that one and took the pace off of it a fraction.
You expect the fielders to come in? Yes.
I'll look to try and prevent a single from being scored here. Also in the same breath, will be reluctant to give away any boundaries.
Full and straight. Yes.
Full it is. He's gone for the big booming drive, and as we so often see at this stage of the innings, an outside edge. Gives him a single, keeps him on strike, brings about the end of the over. And at the end of the 44th, it is 195 for 8.
So it's something that's always been interesting to me about cricketers. 199 being different from 200 runs.
They do say that cricketers are the athletes with the most idiosyncrasies. Lifting legs up when the score's at 101. Ducking when it's on 222. All the superstitions. The Glad continues. Let's push this one down the leg side. Perhaps happy to give Ntuli that one single to the vacant leg side and bowl it. The new batter. He's done more than give him a single because he's thickish inside edge. And this one might just roll away down to the boundary as it goes down that hill. Unable to bring it in was Chris Gleaves, and 4 runs, 4 important runs for Northern KP because it takes them to that 200 mark.
That's exactly what happens when a bowler is trying to give a batter a single and the batter's not trying to get off strike.
Straight again onto the pads, this time a dot ball. Those 3 deliveries have all gone into the same region, but Heat have managed to get 5 runs from them thus far. Directed at the offside this time. And navigated by Ntuli. It's a single. He's reached 28 runs in this innings.
Short third man in a backward square, backward point.
Slower, much slower from de Klerk, and defended by Ntuli. He'll look to keep the strike now. He's gone for the big booming drive. It's a little bit close to him, unable to get underneath it. It's a dot ball. And we'll see one of two options here is boundary or a single. And they've kept the field spread, and he's looking for that boundary. Doing well enough to get across Zakhele Gwabe for the single. Takes Ntuli to 29. It takes Northern Cape Heat to 201 after 45 overs. 9 wickets down.
I don't think the Eastern Cape Iinyathi thought that last ball through. You would have expected them to bring the fielders in and for Jay de Klerk to be bowling a bit tighter. Instead, they changed nothing. Tuli keeps the strike, and if we can keep doing this for the next 5 overs, they can have a healthy total.
And importantly enough as well for Northern Cape Heat is that they're still scoring at that around a 5-run mark and over. Run rate currently sitting at 4.5. 5 coming off that last over. 6 the over before that. Iinyathi will be desperate for their big quick Van Zyl to make the breakthrough here. Fuller this time, flicked off his pads by Ntuli. Are we pushing hard to come back for the second? The call is yes. And 2 runs they have run indeed. Some great running between the wickets between these two batters.
Quick, clear calling from Tsepo Ntuli. Asking Zakhele Gwabe to give it his all there. Understanding that he needs to keep strike.
It seems like the message that has been brought onto the field is risk-free. Don't get bowled out. See out the 50 overs. Van Zyl continues. Ntuli on the drive. He'll turn down the single.
And that's basically what Nico Van Zyl needs to do for the entire over. Just don't bowl a ball that's going to be hit into the gaps. Because we know Tsepo Ntuli is not going to try and take a single. So ask him to go over the top. Force him to go over the top.
Instruction coming out from third man from Dadswell, telling Van Zyl that he's got 2 short balls to use in the over. Van Zyl obliges, and it's been fiddled away, almost in an uppercut manner, rolling his fingers off of it, taking the pace off the bouncer. Just a single.
Let's see if we can, at any point, implement the Yorker.
Deep square, Carl corner. Fine leg, third man, sweep out on the offside. Short, crack, and there we go. Sails over the rope. It's come straight out of the middle. And it's the first 6 of the game today. A little bit of a nothing delivery, not short enough, nowhere near full enough. And Gwabe has just rocked back and he's helped himself to 6 more.
There was a warning in the previous over when Nico Van Zyl bowled a ball similar to that one, and Gwabe didn't quite manage to get a hold of it. But you could see that once he got to that ball, once he judged the length properly, the ball was going to disappear, and so it has. I have no idea why he hasn't tried the Yorker yet.
Change in the field, might just see that coming along. Full straighter this time from Van Zyl, but also picked his gap as Gwabe. Only a single. Takes a tally up to 10 in this over.
We're going to try to keep this ball down to a dot.
Third man's come up. Long off his drop down. Fuller this time from Van Zyl. And Ntuli finding that long off. He'll take the single. He'll also keep strike for the next over. It's the end of Van Zyl 8th over. He's conceded 35 for 3. Northern Cape Heat have managed to get themselves to 212 for 9. 46 overs bowled.
Didn't really try and bowl any wicket-taking deliveries in that over, did Nico Van Zyl. They just put the ball where it's supposed to be. It's perplexing. Jay de Klerk now is going to bowl his final over. So I really want to see how he navigates Tsepo Ntuli.
I'd be surprised to see de Klerk toss one or two up here and try and entice Ntuli into a big shot. It's the slightly longer of the two boundaries that the right-hander will be heading towards. See, he brings out the gardening tools. Slower and brings out the broom, but he's managed to pick out the gap, and expertly so, because it's gone straight over the ropes. And 4 more runs for Tsepo Ntuli and Northern Cape Heat.
Once more, the ball was in the air, but it was in a vacant area. The chances of Tsepo Ntuli messing up that shot were very slim. That was extremely well executed.
Slower again from de Klerk, and Ntuli has his eyes on that square leg and mid-wicket region. He'll be wary of a patrolling Roo who gets across the ground relatively quickly in the outfield. Slow again, and a little bit more patient on it this time than Tsepo Ntuli, who's worked himself up to 37 runs. Looking to go offside this time. Only one player out on that offside. 2 rather. One at very square sweeper. Long off as well. Long on car corner, deep backward square leg for Jay de Klerk. 3 fielders in the ring on the offside. 1 on the leg side at 45. A little bit straighter this time. De Klerk will have to work off his own bowling. Doing enough, Tsepo Ntuli, to give Dwabe only 1 delivery in this over.
Sensible cricket. If they can keep this going for the next 3 overs, they'll get to an extremely healthy total, especially given that they lost their 9th wicket not so long ago.
Slower this time from de Klerk, and a big amount of turn on that delivery, beating everything. Outside edge of the bat, outside edge of the off stump, and it's a dot ball to end the over, dot ball to end his spell and his job with the ball today. He's bowled 10 overs for 46 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets, and bowling performance the young man can be proud of. After 47 overs, it's 217 for 9.
Gun bowler for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi is Jay de Klerk. Usually sets the tone for the entire team. And don't be surprised if he has a big role to play with the bat as well, come the 2nd innings.
Change of bowling comes out of the bunker's heel end. Nyanda comes back in for another spell. Spaldwell has the young man, 20-year-old, struggled with his line in length earlier on, managing to find it towards the back end of his spell. He's bowled 6 overs for 26 runs thus far. Be happy that he's got his name notched into the wicket takers column of the scorekeepers. He's got a job to do here as he faces up to Ntuli. Running in from around the wicket, taking pace off the first ball. It's a partnership that's taken off to 24 runs. Tsepo Ntuli, very impressive with these 38 that he scored. He did so at first, just nudging the ball around with Mudiri Ditebo, who scored a Fantastic 91. That one getting underneath the bat. Something that we've seen as the day has progressed and as the sun starts beating down on that wicket, of the wicket becoming slightly lower, slightly slower.
It's going to be very much harder to bat for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Haven't really seen any death bowling. I've been calling for it for the past 6 overs now.
Continuing on line and length, and inside edge takes the ball down to fine leg for a single. Brings Gwabe back onto strike, who's got 3 deliveries from Nyanda to negotiate. There's 3 out on the leg side at Car corner, deep square leg, fine leg. Sweep on the offside of the third man. Perhaps giving you the impression of something short and straight. Oh, he's rolled his fingers over that one, and it's turned just as much as the spinners have been turning the deliveries today. Great off-cut to that.
At such a young age too.
So important for the younger bowlers who are watching this and seeing that cutter being bowled is to really bowl that delivery into the wicket. And sometimes bowlers have this idea of rolling their fingers but not really bowling the ball and just throwing it and placing it onto the wicket. And Gwabe's come down the wicket and he's run straight past it, and with it, it's taken the off stump, bringing about an end to this Northern Cape Heat innings. It is a wicket, and some great bowling that we were talking about as well. Nyanda the youngster has done it. 218 all out are Northern Cape Heat, who were looking of being bowled out for less than 200, and they were staring down the barrel after losing a couple of quick wickets in crucial places of their knock. But Tsepo Ntuli has done the business along with Mudiri Tipteko, and between the two of them, a phenomenal partnership in the middle. And they managed to knock the ball around and bring in some very crucially important runs to Northern Cape Heat, who themselves won't be all too happy about being bowled out before the 50th over, but managing to get to the 47th. I mentioned a little bit earlier, they were staring down the barrel of being bowled out before the 42nd, but Tsepo Ntuli doing enough at the back end of things, but bring about an end to this first innings of the 2025 CSA one-day competition in Division 2 at a target of 219 for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It is Northern Cape Heat who've been bowled out for 218. Welcome back to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Buffalo Park Cricket Stadium. It is the first game of the Cricket South Africa or CSA One-Day Cup in Division 2, where Eastern Cape Iinyathi are playing host to Northern Cape Heat. The visitors travelled down to East London from Kimberley and managed to score 218 runs. Bowled off for 218 runs after a place where it looked like they were staring down the barrel of scoring not more than 180 in their innings. It was a good performance at the back end as well from a few of their batters to push them past that mark and that 200-run mark. And just looking at some of the batters from the first innings, Kem was dismissed for 4. Vandia was caught and bowled off Nyanda's bowling. He scored 34 runs. But it was really Ditego who stood out for the home side, who's got the wicket-keeping gloves on at the moment. He scored 91, while he was assisted by Tsepo Ntuli, who was 39 and not out at the back end of the innings. Plenty of partnerships as well that started, not all of them getting to where they needed to get to. Vandia and Ditego put on a 48-run partnership, while Ntuli and Ditego put on a 50-run partnership. It really was an incredible innings from the wicket-keeper batsman, which got the Northern Cape Heat side to where they are now. So the target that has been set is 219, and that is exactly what Northern Cape Heat are looking to defend. And while defending that target of 219, it is the Eastern Cape Iinyathi who are looking to get their 2025 campaign off to a good start by picking up a victory here today. And opening the batting for them is Nathan Rue. Hails not far from here. Born and raised in Queenstown, schooled at Queen's College, and made his way to the University of the Free State, where he played a lot of cricket for Govsies before being called up into the night setup. Subsequently returned home. He's going to be taking the first ball, or taking strike on the first ball, against a very experienced Bashir Walters. And it's solid in defense from Nathan Rue, with Walters, who's bowling from the Bunkers Hill end. And if you might have missed it a little bit earlier on today, it was Northern Cape Heat who came into East London having won the toss and selected to bat first. And Kem was dismissed rather uncharacteristically, actually, quite early in that innings. We'll be hoping that his bowlers will be able to do the job here today. Walters and finding back of the length, but defended and worked away by Nathan Rue. Incredible journey of life that this young man has had. He's 26 years of age. Walters nice and straight and defended by Rue. So made a knack of being a top order batsman. Has at times batted as low as 4, 5 sometimes where needed down the over. Well put together cricketer. Defended again, confidently by Rue, but it's 4 balls back-to-back from Walters. That's exactly where Kem would have asked him to start his innings. We're looking at a target of 219 to win. And required rate of 4.5 or 4.4 runs to the over. Short from Walters and punched away. Almost as if to say no nonsense from Nathan Rue, and he's just stuck it between mid-wicket and mid-on, and 4 runs to get off the mark. spoke a little bit earlier how he was batting with a little bit of confidence and those forward defenses being so full of confidence. And it's a great shot to just flick that off his hips from the offside to get the boundary. Walters to continue, and Roo keeps this one out to also bring about an end to the over. A good over and a good start for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They are 4 for none after one. And bowling from the other end, the Buffalo Park drive end. Very, very experienced Hardus Viljoen. Picked up 166 wickets in this format of the game. And a strike rate of 31.2. He'll be bowling at Iinyathi captain Jerome Bossa. Starting relatively straight is Viljoen, and with a little bit of shape back into the left-hander. Won't want to be there with his fine leg up in the circle. It's 4-leg byes to start things off, and it takes the Iinyathi tally past to 8 runs. But good signs for Viljoen as he bowls his first delivery. The amount of shape that he's got tailing into the left-hander. And it's a left and right-hand combination, so those will be moving away from Roo, who's started so confidently well.
Yeah, for Viljoen, probably starting that ball off the wrong line. He'll want to be aiming for the keeper so that the ball can just dart back into the stumps.
Equally as important for the batters to get some bat on ball. There's some issues with the sight screen just below us. Equally important for batters to get bat on ball early on in the innings. We saw how it boosted Roo's confidence. And he got some solid bat on ball very, very confidently with that forward defensive shot. Viljoen, this one just holding its line, but also something that we didn't see all too much of within the Iinyathi's fielding innings is how much carry Viljoen is getting to the keeper at the moment.
That man bowls at a different pace to everyone else on the park. It's something that leading up to the match, we were very much anticipating to see how he would fare on this Buffalo Park pitch that's notorious for keeping low.
Fuller this time. Again with that ball swinging, but also perhaps maybe also starting outside of the leg stump. And Bossa lives to fight another delivery.
Different pace, as we said, it's something different to navigate for Jerome Bossa and Nathan Roo. He'll be the match. Will Jerome Bossa before Viljoen?
And another thing just to take into account with Hardus Viljoen is that he's hard by name and hard by nature. The kind of delivery that he bowls, it's almost Jacques Kallis-esque. And Kallis wasn't, he wasn't the quickest bowler on the park, but it was a very presenting. There's going to be a little bit of some things.
It's a different style of bowling. We'll explain that in a bit.
There's a couple of them who've been in and around the Protea setup who've done that as well. I mentioned Jacques Kallis, Morne Morkels, Justin Kemp also used to.
Yeah. Good names also.
Shaping away from Roo, who picked up a bit of confidence in that last over. This one is a play and a miss to end Viljoen's first over. It's gone only for 1 off the bat, and then the rest of them were leg buys. It's Eastern Cape Innyathi 9 for 2, or 9 for none rather, after 2.
Good start for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, that. Understanding that they don't actually need to take any risks. Going after a relatively modest total, below par, honestly. Big Bash and Haratus Viljoen will have to make the batters play, as you said in the first over. Jerome Boza is one of the better players for the Eastern Cape Innyathi in the 4-day game, so he won't be too shy from leaving a couple of balls outside the off stump just to see himself into the game.
Starting off slightly wide. You can see there a bit of a glance back towards where that delivery might have pitched. He'll feel slightly aggrieved by that one. Well, Bashir Walters, an experienced campaigner. We mentioned while he was batting that he knows his ground all too well. Played a lot of his cricket here with the Warriors before the domestic system switched back into the provincial setup. Used to watch him in one of the suites across from where we're sitting right now as a teenager growing up. That lime green and black of the Warriors. A little bit straighter this time, tucked under the arm, and some real intent within the running as well. Then coming back for the second and applauded all around the ground there.
Yeah, that's something we didn't really get to see from the Eastern Cape Innyathi earlier on in the season. The intensity when it comes to the running between the wickets. So it's a lovely thing to see so early on in the one-day cup.
Walters to continue from Bunkers Hill end. Slightly fuller this time, and also looking for that drive, trying to find a bit of space in the offside. It's outside half of the bat, only finding cover. Finding the skipper at cover.
Perhaps as a viewer, you might be asking yourself, if you've been paying attention to the match as a whole, you might be asking yourself, how come so few boundaries have been hit through the cover region? It's mainly because at Buffalo Park, good single, at Buffalo Park, that ball that doesn't really come onto the bat, so it's hard for you to really commit to that front foot, because most of the time you'll find that the ball will just stick to the wicket, and then you find yourself just with a leading edge or chipping the ball straight to the man at short cover or extra cover.
We saw towards the back end of Northern Cape Heat's innings as well, when Nyanda was bowling those cutters, a left arm seamer, and how much they were really sticking in the wicket and actually turning, gripping and turning. Which you don't often see from a fast bowler being able to get the ball to jump and jive like that with cutters off the wicket. And just testament to how much the square at Buffalo Park has slowed down over the years. Slightly shorter this time, and Roo standing up on it. And again, the concept of the ball sticking in the wicket when it's really dug in. Had to check his shot at 99 to make sure he didn't spoon it to mid-on.
The first innings was also a good blueprint for how the Northern Cape Heat bowlers should be going about it. Introduce the spinners early, because you can see that the pitch is taking some turn. There are a few cracks on the field, on the pitch. But even now, early on, it's a way better start for the Eastern Cape Innyathi than it was for the Northern Cape Heat in their batting innings.
Nathan Roo, who went away with the University of the Free State last year in May, playing at Club Champs just before returning to the Knights for their season, scored a brilliant 100 with the Gofsi's team. The back end of the day, or back end of the competition, that's a great shot to pierce the gap as it rolls down the hill towards the boundary on this ground. It's done really well to release that from underneath his body. Quite risky to break it away to get 2 runs there. It brings about the end to the 3rd over. And it's 15 for none after 3.
Once more, they've got to 15 after 3 overs without taking any risks. It's the order of the day here at Buffalo Park. They're really yet to see Hardas Filio getting his line right. I feel like he's going to bring the LBW decision into play against Jerome Boza if he gets that line right.
A little bit like that as it takes the inside edge of the bat onto the pad. Again, just speaking about how heavy the delivery is that Viljoen bowls. You can hear it from here where we're sitting. It's just the sound of the impact of the ball against the bat.
Thud.
One of those where it really makes your top hand almost jag back in your, or the bat jag back in your top hand. Fuller this time, and there's that sound that we were speaking about. Quick single attempted here. And calling Zakhelik Babe into the game quite early on at mid-off. Scampered single. But Bossa does get through.
It's one of those instances where you make a good connection with the ball and you hit it straight to the fielder or just to the side of the fielder, and you tell yourself, there's no way I'm not getting a run of this. There's no way.
Hit it too clean. Pin your ears back and off you go.
Yeah.
Viljoen, a little bit straighter this time, asking the ball to shape away from the right-handed Nathan Rue, who tucks it down to mid-wicket, gets himself a single. More importantly, it asks Hardas Viljoen to readjust his line with that left-right combination at the top of the order. And for the less experienced batter bowlers, can be a bit of a task when the ball's swinging around.
Jonathan Van Dier making his rounds.
Short, wide, and only as far as point. You'll feel that he's missed out there, Bossa.
He could have moved there. He could have adjusted himself, but he only trusted his hands and didn't get to the ball as well as he would have liked. I think he picked up the length of the ball late because the line, it was there for him to cut the ball.
We see it quite a lot in the modern day cricketer. Batters trusting their hands and just throwing their hands through the line. A little bit straighter this time, picked off the legs, and again some intentful running from these two in the middle. A touch and turn for the second. Bossa comes through for 2. I'm just speaking about the modern day cricketer who allows his hands to flow freely through the ball. It's something that we started seeing with the early stages of Quinton de Kock in his cricket. And you can see it's gone down to the likes of Dewald Brevis, who won't always have the footwork in place but trusts his hands. We've also seen it with Pretorius in the SA 20.
Saw it in the 50 over World Cup with Glenn Maxwell as well.
Good Yorker delivery there, trying to get one to ping back in, but kept up well by Bossa. I don't think Glenn Maxwell had much of a choice in that Cricket World Cup, to be completely honest. 4 overs bowled, 19 for none.
Just goes to show, if you practice it enough, whenever a situation arises in the match where you actually have to, you have no other choice, it's going to happen.
Had more cramps than a woman in labour, did he, on the day? Bent leg was a luxury for Glenn Maxwell, but an incredible knock. Nothing or say nothing to take it away from him. I don't know how you score 200 odd runs without being able to move a leg. It's just absolutely incredible.
Ben.
Now, change of bowling, Ben van Rensburg. He'll be coming over the wickets to Nathan Rue.
Your old friend Ben.
I actually think Nathan Rue might have been at the nets that day that I got hit in the head by Ben. See what I mean? Short, fended away by Rue, gets himself out of the way and manages to pick up a single.
Intent early on from Ben van Rensburg, who you have quite the colorful history with.
Incredible bowler, because when he does get it up, he can get the ball moving and shaping, and it does become quite skiddy. It's quite a bit of a surprise delivery when he digs it in short, but he's gotten a lot stronger since those days that he was playing at the University of the Free State. I do think it was partially my fault. I was a coach. I don't know what I was doing in the nets with the helmet and bat on.
Leading by example.
Only example I would have been leading by showing my batters how to get pinged on the helmet.
And because of that, I'm sure they knew how to play the short ball after that.
Needless to say, I've never been a fan of left-arm bowlers since then, or batting against them at least. Create a lot of trouble for right-handed batters. And apparently left-handed batters too are creating a little bit of shape going away from Bosa, inviting the drive into a very stacked cover region, beating the outside edge. Good start this from Ben van Rensburg.
That's a 4-day line and a 4-day shot played by Jerome Bosa. Yeah, you expect him to skid because he's not quite the tallest of bowlers, is van Rensburg.
A little bit of a tap on the way through there from Bosa just to acknowledge the bowling, telling him well bowled, Benna, well bowled. And he scampers through for the single. Takes his score up to 8 as well.
Jerome Bosa's parents not sitting that far away from us.
Is that you letting me know to be careful with what I say, van Rensburg?
Just keep it in mind.
A little bit of aggression from the big quick. Well, these two certainly won't be strangers to each other. Van Rensburg and Rue
Free State.
would have both played cricket out of the Free State before Van Rensburg moved to the Northern Cape. Short, cut away with authority, 4 more.
That was one for the Daily Dispatch. You have your headline shot.
Can go ahead and remove KG's cover drive from the Louvre and hang that cut shot there. A fantastic way to end the over as well for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. 25 for none after 4.
Looking really good is Nathan Rue. Given it wasn't a very good delivery, but it still needs to be put away.
Full unit now will continue to Bosa. At this stage, Northern KP to a 12 for 1 in their innings. Full driven. Bump ball, only as far as to Blanche in the covers.
Even though they're chasing a low total, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters are showing intent if the ball is pitched up. They're willing to go for it, trusting themselves.
It'll also be important for them in this power play. And while the ball is still hard, before it starts really slowing down off the wicket, to get as many runs on the board as possible with as little damage as possible. Bosa still trying to get that one off his pads. A little bit of a look down the wicket.
Viljoen is operating with a deep third man and a man at deep square leg. You're wondering at what point the short ball is going to come, and coming at that pace. One of the batters might feel rushed and possibly top edge it.
Short and wide, and signaled so by the umpire. Irfan van der Merwe standing on this Buffalo Park drive end. Had a lot called on him in the first innings of this match. A couple of big leg before shots. 1 or 2 run out opportunities as well. Stands up tall on this one. Does Bossa manages to find a little gap on the offside and come through for the single. It's also a shot that is very common, if you will, particularly with left-handers, just sort of standing up and flat batting it into the covers.
Body positioning is vital when you're playing that kind of shot. You want to make sure that you're keeping your body facing in that point region and not squaring yourself up too much.
Change of plan and operations. A square leg comes in. Final leg drops down to the ropes. Viljoen coming into Nathan Maru. Short and almost the same as his skipper, just standing up tall, sending it back down the ground.
It's an interesting observation, actually, between...
Important to get out ahead early, but also not wanting to do anything reckless. A little bit straighter this time and defended away onto the onside. That dot ball brings about an end to Viljoen's third over. Also the 6th over of this innings, Eastern Cape Iinyathi, 27 for none.
There's been some difference. I don't want to call it a stark difference in the first 6 overs of both innings, where the Eastern Cape Iinyathi with Chad Claassen and Nico van Zyl kept it tight, kept their lines tight, made sure that they kept the batters honest. Whereas in this innings, the Northern Cape bowlers have bowled a few too straight and a few too wide.
Also, to give credit where it's due, with the contrast in the batting styles, it's just that Iinyathi batters have come out so much more confident, even in their forward defense. It screams of a player who's in control of what he's doing. And you watch how confident these two are, even when they're playing the defensive shot. It's a strong forward defensive shot. It's a I'm in control, I'm in charge kind of forward defensive shot, as opposed to the somewhat subdued in nature that we saw from Northern Cape Heat. Similar to that, I mean, it's even a shot where he might not seem he's entirely in control, but it's the body language to stand up on that delivery and look to try and punch it back past the bowler. It just screams of authority.
Setting the tone early, and hopefully for them, setting the tone for the rest of the season.
A little bit straight this time from Van Rensburg. Just dropped onto the onside by Captain Jerome Bossa, 26-year-old. Oh, he spooned that one. He's completely mistimed it. And Van Rensburg has struck. And a big wicket he has picked up as well. It is that of the captain, Jerome Bossa. It was the captain who went first in the Northern Cape Heat innings. And so too for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They're 27 for 1.
I was just about to say that the Northern Cape Heat had done well in this over. 3 consecutive dot balls, building the pressure up on the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, and he finally crumbles and spoons the ball up to the men at short mid-wicket.
Romano Blanche happy to accept that one at short mid-wicket. The captain departs for just 9 runs after 23 deliveries. And he'll have to watch the rest of the game from the sidelines, but it has brought to the wicket, and much to the delight of a few faithful here at Buffalo Park, debutant Lihle Sizani to the wicket. Also bowled incredibly well in that first innings.
Lihle Sizani is a young man with a good head on his shoulders. I'm sure he'll be taking in every moment here and savoring everything that happens in his first game for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi in this format. Fortunate enough to have an experienced head in Nathan Rue batting with him. I'm not sure which school Nathan Rue went to, but
Queen's College.
I believe they went to the same school, right?
Queen's College is where Nathan Rue went through his schooling.
If I'm not mistaken, Lihle Sizani also went to Queen's College.
He's got some work to do as a youngster. Fiddle down the leg side. Oh, well, we all stand corrected because even the fielders thought that it was a drop catch, but a wide has been signalled by the umpire.
Sizani gathering his thoughts again, taking his time here before facing the next delivery. I think the pace of that first delivery was quite surprising to him.
Short this time from Van Rensburg, but again, this the confidence to stand up on it. Missed time pull shot.
Youngster trusting himself there to execute. That ritual again of walking all the way to the side and coming back. Ooh. That's something you don't necessarily see from such a youngster at Buffalo Park, trusting the bounce. Most youngsters you would see would wanna get the ball, would wanna make sure that they make contact with the ball early on in their innings, but Sizani there trusting the bounce.
I'm happy to let it go over as well. It's 28 for 1 after 7. Currently batting at a run rate of 4 after getting off to an electric start. Having to regroup a little since losing their captain just a couple of deliveries ago. He's trying to work the ball off his hips and mistiming one and finding only the hands of Romano Blanche. He just went across the wicket now. He's going to go into short mid-wicket. Hardus Viljoen will continue. A little bit of yo-yo here for Romano Blanche as he goes back to from whence he came. A little bit of trouble here with physios and 12th and 13th players behind the side, in front of the side screen. Big shape, and Rue trying to throw everything, including the kitchen sink and the kitchen counter at that one. Is finding only an outside edge.
Encouraging for Hardus Viljoen to keep pitching that ball up because he's finding good shape. As soon as he adjusts the line and the length there, or at least the line, the nick is going to come.
Shorter this time, not quite the length that he would have been wanting. Ronan Harman doing the work in the field. Be disappointed with how he went out today.
Half the team could say the same thing there in the Northern Cape Heat.
Feathered down the leg side, and happy to accept it is Nathan Rue. 4 runs coming straight off the bat, and it takes the total to 32 runs for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Nathan Rue comes across to 16 runs. And oh so crucial for the home side.
Yeah, it takes a bit of the pressure off. The last 2 overs have been tight, and the runs haven't been easy to come by. Just one that strays down the leg side from the veteran Hartus Viljoen, and Nathan Rue gladly accepts.
He's into his 4th over is Viljoen. Driven, only as far as cover.
Even there, Nathan Rue didn't go into that ball at 100%. He didn't fully commit.
Makes it in. And off the mark for the first time in a one-day cup match, and for the first time for Eastern Cape Iinyathi is Lihle Sizani.
Calmly done as well. Just nudged that ball down to the 3rd man boundary.
He's a decent bat, averages 22 in the longer format of the game in his first class. A strike rate of 45. He'll be starting to build those stats for himself in this format with the white ball. Inside edge there from Rue. Again, just almost hanging his bat out. And I don't know if he was maybe looking to try and angle it down towards 3rd man. It does look a lot better when he's got a bit of intent behind him. Like he did in those opening 2 or 3 overs.
Again, it gives us an indication of maybe the pitch is starting to act up.
Fuller this time, and Sizani accepting the invite. Through the kitchen sink counter and the fridge at that one, but no contact made outside the off stump.
Ja gave that one his all. Confident young man is Lihle Sizani.
They'll be wary of missing out the run scoring opportunities, these 2 batters. Especially the balls that are pitched up here. Full again, this time an inside edge onto the pads. Showing there a little bit of shape coming back into the body.
He could exercise a bit of patience because that ball was a full toss. If he had just given himself time there, he could have picked his place, his spot, and hit it anywhere on the field.
It perhaps does become a little bit tricky when you do get those full tosses, particularly on a wicket like today, because it comes through a lot quicker than what the ball would if it had pitched and stuck a little bit as Van Rensburg continues. Fuller this time, outside edge, and pass first slip. And he'll get away with the fortuitous boundary. 4 runs to Sizani. Also his first boundary at this stage of the game.
Lost his head there, did Lihle Sizani. It fell to the offside, and he missed the line of the ball. That's why he got the nick instead. And it brings about a bowling change.
Yeah, and a change of ends as well for Bashir Walters. He'll be coming in from the Buffalo Park drive end. Well, something that I was thinking about towards the end of Viljoen's 4th over. Is take nothing away from the athletic ability of the Walters and the Viljoens, but Mother Nature does tend to have her say. 35 and 38 years respectively. There's plenty of mileage under those legs.
But if you do speak to Big Bash, he'll tell you. He'll ask you actually, what? I'm 28, bro. That's what he'll tell you. He'll tell you he's 28.
2 locomotive engines, they could run on all day. 86 on the back, and he runs in away from us. It's a good start, but turn and worked away from Rue and running with intent out in the middle. And touch and turn and come back for the second.
Used his wrist there, did Nathan Rue, to manipulate that ball into that vacant deep square leg, deep backward square leg region. It's looking good so far.
You can see there's been a slight change in how he's approached the game since the falling of the wicket of Jerome Bossa, the captain of this Iinyathi side. Short, and it tucks back in, and this one has moved off the wicket, cuts him in half. There's good work behind the stumps from Ditego. And to get around to that one on his left.
It's one of those deliveries where you can't really do anything about them. Jack back off the seam.
All you can do is just hope that it doesn't clip your gut on the way through. Fuller this time, but stands up tall on it and pulls it onto the onside. Gets a single, some protection out in the deep. Tsepontuli, who added a great knock. 39 not out in the first innings.
Tuli is at deep square, and Romano Blanche standing at short mid-wicket. So that kind of delivery is encouraging Nathan Rue to try and hit it over the man at short mid-wicket.
Much fuller there, and obliged by Cezanne, but can't get it past. Big burly figure of Bash Walters.
Big Bash Walters.
Also another bowler who does bowl a heavy delivery. Be quite the pair to contend with here for the Iinyathi batters. Lots of experience on their shoulders. And pulls the length back a little bit this time, but defended well. Slightly slower off the deck as it comes through to the bat. Spoke about how Phil Yun was extracting a lot of carry in his first 2 overs. Might well have seen the end of that, but to Blanche still to get ball in hand for Northern Cape Heat. He might be able to get a little bit of bounce out of this wicket. Change of pace. He's asking Cezanne to think properly about how he's going on about constructing his innings. It's a dot ball to end the over though. 41 runs for the loss of 1 wicket after 10, and also brings about the end of the first power play.
The Eastern Cape Iinyathi will be happy with that. Losing 1 wicket, score is 41. They'll feel like they're navigating this run chase as well as they could. Also worth noting that in that previous over, Big Bash Walters, he had 3 fielders on the offside, and they were almost on the practice pitch. That's how close they were, because he was trusting himself not to bowl the ball way outside off stump, keeping the line tight, and it's something for the other bowlers to be looking at.
Northern Cape Heat at this stage of the game with 38 for 2. Eastern Cape Iinyathi 41 for 1. Previous over was also the time that we saw Iinyathi introduce a spinner into the attack. Yet to come for Heat. Van Rensburg continues. Defended well by Rue, who's happy to just punch it into the offside.
Northern Cape Heat, despite it being the end of the first power play, are only having 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Someone at backward square.
Short, chopped away. 1 bounce before it gets to Walters at third man.
It was the fielder at deep square and Bashir Walters at third man, and Romano to Blanche. Actually, Zakele Kwabe at fine leg. So realizing that they can't just give away the singles while defending such a low total.
Short again and pulled this time around, this time by Lihle Sizani, who spins and finds himself down at the non-striker's end, picks up a single.
Van Rensburg hasn't really tried that many variations in his 3.3 overs so far. He's just been hitting the deck hard and hasn't been really giving that ball much air.
A little bit fuller this time. And deliberately opening the face was Nathan Rue to run that down to third man. Interesting to note how quickly the ball got down to him.
Yeah, the outfield seems to have gotten faster as the game has gone on.
Van Rensburg will continue. Straighter this time, but defended well by Sizani.
Partnership is a steady 17.
And I'll be cautious of getting bogged down. We saw a massive, important factor for Northern Cape Heat was their strike rotation throughout their innings. And going for the big booming drive, but that left foot going straight down the pitch. Asking his hands to do all the work. Hand-eye coordination, not quite coordinating this time around. It's the end of the over, 11 bowled, 44 for 1.
Nathan Rue not even waiting for Sizani, walking straight down to his side of the wicket. He's going to tell him to perhaps keep his composure a bit more. No need to rush.
Big bash. Bashir Walters will continue from the Border Park drive end into his second spell. Bowl 2 from the Bunkers Hill end before coming this side to relieve Hardus Viljoen of his duties. Tucked away onto the onside, running with a lot of intent. Touching and turning for the second, but good work done in the deep there by Romano to Blanche to keep it down to a single. Score moves on to 45 now. 45 for 1. Saru gets himself firmly into the 20s. Fuller this time, straighter this time, targeting the wickets. It's fended onto the onside by Sizani. Had a decent campaign with bat and ball in the 4-day series, playing in his first one-day cup game today. Walter's going to run away from us with that 3 skips and a trot. Big shot attempted there. He's found a gap in the field some way or another, and with the pace of this outfield, it runs away. 4 runs to Sizani.
You have to think that Lihle Sizani has been given a different role in the team because he's tried at least on 4 occasions now to go big. And that's not his natural style. So maybe he's been given a free license by the coaches to go for it.
It wouldn't be too bad for a player on debut to know that he can play free of license and free of care. Especially when he's got the ability to keep the good ones out as he's just done. I wasn't going to wait around on merit for the previous delivery that was dropped short by Bash. Muscled into the onside for a boundary. The difference from what we saw here to what we saw in the Northern Cape heat innings is when Tadego was batting, he'd be happy to look for a single after picking up a boundary.
I'm interested to know, is there a player that's younger than Lihle Sizani on the field or in the game?
Takes the pace off of this one, does Bash. Sizani fiddles it away. Iinyathi is 2 years younger than him, 20-year-old. Also made his debut for Iinyathi in this format of the game today. And bowled incredibly well at the back end of the innings for them, as Iinyathi also bring up 50 runs.
I guess it's too soon to say that the 2 youngsters for the Iinyathi are stepping up in the different departments. But so far so good for them.
12th over bowled, 50 for the loss of 1. Bowling change here for the home side. The skipper has said, "Give it to me, boys, I'll take care of it." Ernest Kemp brings himself into the attack. Slow left arm orthodox bowler. One of 3 spinning options that he has at his disposal. Also got the likes of Rowan Haasbrook, who can come in and bowl a few offies, and of course Tsepo Ntuli, who is known for his right arm off spin. Does have the knack of ripping the ball, does Kim?
13th over. So slight change of tactic.
Full to start off with. 37 wickets in this format of the game.
Interesting action.
Whips it.
Yeah. He didn't really try and spin that first.
A little bit of turn there is forcing with the length. He's forced Sizani onto his back foot. A little bit of whippage as that left arm comes through past his ear. 3-dot balls.
Yeah, it's also a good dynamic for the Northern Cape Heat to have Sizani facing a spinner so early on.
He spews this one into the offside, manages to get himself off strike. And picks up a single.
The difference between the good players and the best players is usually seen with how they are able to rotate strike or rotate the strike. You generally don't want to be a batter that only gets off strike by trying to hit the ball too hard. So manipulating the field is something that Sizani will want to learn as he goes along.
Solid contact by Roo, but only as far as the bowler, Ernest Kem, on the other side. And it's a dot ball to end what has been a fantastic start to his spell. One over ball for Kem, only 1 run coming off of it. Eastern Cape Innyathi, 51 for 1 after 13.
Northern Cape Eater are going to need more of that. If they can string up 3 or 4 overs where they just concede 1 or 2 runs, it's going to put more pressure on the Eastern Cape Innyathi batters and hopefully force a false shot. Especially a player like Lihle Sizani, who's been enterprising, I think is the word you used earlier on in the day.
Walters continues. Might look like an outside edge. Very deliberately played to that area of the ground, but some fine work done out on the boundary to keep that down to just 2.
Crucial stop on the third man boundary. Every run counts. And you love seeing that as a coach, a player giving it their all. Oh, look at that. Quickly gets up, throws the ball back in, saves 2 runs.
A little straighter this time around, but defended by Sizani, who's playing himself into this innings. He's 14 from 22. And as you mentioned a little bit earlier, perhaps being sent out with a little bit more freedom. I used the word carefree a little bit earlier. Carefree against careless are very different thoughts.
Maybe we could say he's been given the license to go after the one that's there to be gone after.
Like he's tried to do with that one. He's pulled it away onto the onside, but finding to Blanche. Will come through again for just a single.
They used a similar strategy last season with a young player. He's probably 18 or 19 now, Jacques van der Merwe from Selborne College. He was playing for the Eastern Cape Innyathi whilst he was still in grade 11. He had a license to go for it, and it worked out for the most part.
Shuffling across the wicket, slower delivery bowled by Big Bash Walters, dot ball. You've seen that kind of thing being employed by a lot of top-class sides. Look at the likes of the David Warners and the Quinton de Koks at the top of the order, and sent in to be destructive.
Even in the women's game, you find that shot, but there's cover down there in the square leg boundary. Even in the women's game, you find international teams like England and India, West Indies. England and India in particular had 2 youngsters, Shafali Verma for India. She came in as a 16-year-old, was given a license to just play her game, try and go for the ball. England did the same thing with a young woman by the name of Alice Capsey. Just given the freedom, even at that level, to just go for it.
End of the 14th, it is 55 for 1.
Partnership is 28. Lihle Sizani is on 15. On debut for the Eastern Cape Innyathi in this competition. He played a few games last season for the Eastern Cape Innyathi and the other competitions, the T20s and the One Day Cup. So far he's looking the part. Ernest Kim bowled a tidy first over. The captain bringing himself on, replacing Van Rensburg. Small changes in the field for Ernest Kim. He's got a man at cow and a man at deep square. trying to entice Nathan Rue. And he goes for it, shuffles down the wicket. Just nudges the ball down to the square leg boundary. Brings Sizani on strike. Sizani went for a couple of big shots. He went for a couple of big shots in the first over when Ernest Kim was batting, but wasn't able to get him off. Bringing the slip into play. Shot.
Gets down on the sweep. Flat bats it down to protected long off. Earns himself another run. Fully now moving into a catching position where that ball has just gone past. Straight to this time and defended by Rue.
Good field placement with Phil Ewan moving into that position, because that kind of delivery, Rue could have just punched down the ground, but now is forced to defend.
That's a good looking cricket shot that, as he opens himself up and cuts away. That's some good work done out in the deep. It looks like Ruana Hosbrook is out there and keeping it down to 1.
So Pure Mnyanda playing a crucial role in that position in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi innings. In the Northern Cape innings, rather.
Opens the face a little bit. It's going to run it down, but well fielded and cutting the angles off relatively well did Bashir Walters.
And then no-look throw to finish it off from the big bash.
Tucked away onto the offside, onto the onside rather. Picks up a single. And it's a single also to end the over. 15 have been bowled. Eastern Cape Iinyathi are 60 for 1.
Good over for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, 5 singles off of it. And really it's just testament to how they should be playing this game, how they should be approaching the run chase. Just doing the small things that the Northern Cape Heat couldn't keep themselves from not doing. Just making sure that they don't take any risks. The runs are going to come, yeah?
Yeah, we saw it, but it was almost a little bit too little too late for Northern Cape Heat. And that's when Tsepo Ntuli came out to bat with Mutiri Titego. And that's when they started rotating strike a lot. Walters continues, opens the face of the bat, does Rue, runs it down to third man, happy to get a single. Into his 6th over now is Big Bash. Rue moves on to 27, Iinyathi on to 61.
Fine leg is square.
Goes for it. Looks to find the gap. 1 bounce into the fence. 4 runs.
That's exactly the shot I was hoping it was going to go for. Lihle Sizani tried it in the previous over. Mistimed it, but this time he gets the full connection.
Saw Nathan Rue playing one of those earlier on as well. He kept his along the ground. Second one that Suzanne has managed to pull over mid-wicket. Seems to be a favoured area of his as Walters runs away from us once more. Darting back into the right hand a little bit. Happy to defend it back towards the bowler.
They expect him to play that kind of shot. That's why the fine leg is so square, and they have that man at back with square leg. Or at square leg rather. It's just that he executed that shot so well that he played it in front of square.
It's not as easy a cricket shot as what it looks to be able to pull a fast bowler in front of square. Does it again. This time around he'll only get 1. And that deep square leg fielder is fielding in front of square now because of how well he seems to be getting the placement of that shot. He does tend to like it. He just sits back while he's on his front foot, but just rocks back a little bit, and he's happy to extend his arms to get the ball in front of square. Walters away from us once more. Maru happy to defend back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. Welcome dot ball for Northern Cape Heat.
We've got 6 runs in this over already. Maru playing the more sensible role out of the two, understanding that if he gets a single off this last ball, it's only because the ball was there to take a single off.
Shuffles across onto the off stump, perhaps looking to manufacture a run, and a misfield from Viljoen has allowed them to do just that and scamper through for the single off the misfield. Takes Ru's score to 29. It is the end of the 16th over. Eastern Cape Innyathi 67 for 1.
Going along nicely are the Eastern Cape Innyathi. No need to rush is the message that will be coming from the dressing room. Ernest Kim needs something here, a bit of magic, a bit of luck, maybe.
Could quite possibly see Big Bash out of the attack now. Bowled a couple on the trot in the second spell of his. Might just be the last over before drinks as Kim comes back into the attack. Defended away from Maru. He'll be well aware of the imminent drinks break, and we saw it being the undoing of Northern Cape Heat earlier on today. Losing wickets, crucial wickets around the drinks breaks. Change in the field, perhaps trying to invite Ru to playing a drive that isn't quite there with ball turning away from him. Happy to rock back onto his back foot and punch that into the covers. Take a single.
Sizani is on strike and relatively inexperienced. 4 balls until the drinks break. You really want to see how he tries to navigate this?
A bit of an attempt behind the stumps, but also missing the outside edge of the bat. It's a dot ball. Weird game, this game of ours. Would not have been thinking about getting out at all. Quicker this time from Kim.
But now the drinks breaks are close. Suddenly.
The thing about the fielding side is that they'll be more than happy to remind him. I see a change in the field. Leg spinners and left arm orthodox love to do this. Take a mid-wicket out. Oscar right-hander to play against the turn and beating the outside edge again. Great bowling from Kim. Just tossing it up.
It does feel like a significant moment in the game. Just 2 balls to go until the drinks break.
I want to remain confident in how he's playing the game. Straight to this time from Kim, a little bit of turn, but Sizani happily punching it into that space where there was a gap, and as it turns out, just one delivery until the drinks break, and it's well navigated by the 2 batters from Eastern Cape Innyathi. They go into the drinks break after 17 overs, 69 for 1. Welcome back after the first drinks break. And change of bowling. Did call it just before the drinks break to suggest that Bashir Walters might be making it out of the attack. And we've seen the introduction of right arm off spinner at Tsepontuli. Short and wide, or full and wide rather. But of a dance around the wicket and managing to punch it into the offside. I'll pick up a single early on after the drinks break.
You could say he found a way to get that single, Sizani. An orthodox shot.
Straight down the ground. In fact, he's managed to pick out the gap as Nathan Rue. I'll come back for the second. Good bit of batting from the opening batter. He's flicked it past mid-wicket to get a second there. Full again from Trulli and flicked away again down the onside from Rue. And pick up the fourth run of the over. The 3 deliveries bowled. The pair will be happy with how they've started after the drinks break. But straight to this time and worked off the pads this time around.
Judged the length well, did Lihle Sizani. Was going forward, but he saw that the ball was short, so he dropped back, waited for the ball, played it under his eyes into the leg side.
This time unable to get it past Haasbrook. Nathan Rue. Only coming up to the end of his first over. He's pushed it down onto the offside. Eventless first over after drinks. Simple cricket, as some would call it, and 74 for 1 after 18.
Yeah, simple is the name of the game. Really no need to rush for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They're going well. The partnership is close to 50. Sizani is well in. Now is on 25.
Yeah, the debutant has handled himself well. He's 25 from 36 deliveries. He's played the shots that he's needed to get the boundaries. He'll look to continue now against Ernest Kemp. But straight to this time, but also well fielded off his own bowling, the skipper.
It's all about understanding. When you're a player like Sizani, it's all about understanding that just because there's been an accumulation of dot balls, it doesn't mean that you should actually start panicking. As we see a misfield from the bowler there. Batters managed to scamper through for 1.
Yeah, and it's something that he has done well. He's been happy to take the forward defense and just block it out instead of trying to manufacture runs. He's happy to play his shots off, and as you mentioned, we see batters choking onto their bat and their grip with the bottom hand. Bottom hand gets a little bit tighter when the tension starts to rise after a few dot balls, but he's managed to hit the gaps when he's needed to. Rue now on strike, though.
Needs to ball straight.
A lot of turn away from the right-handed batter. He's happy to punch it onto the offside. Leaves him with 143 runs to win off 189. Straight to this time, driven straight down the ground. They'll scamper through for 1. Much to the delight of the home dugout. It also brings up the 50 partnership between these two. And there's been some solid work of rebuilding after the loss of captain Jerome Bossa. Iinyathi faithful will be hoping that the two of them can carry on a little bit further, chasing a target of 219. Short and, whoa, picked up. Scampering through for the second. And a quite brilliant bit of running after a very unfortunate circumstance for Ruan Haasbroek. I saw the ball bouncing off the end of the practice square, and poor man from Potchefstroom was swallowing a cricket ball. Full again, driven again, fielded this time around. Brings about the end of the over. It's 79 for 1 after 19.
You reckon the coach is going to call him for that? Misfield. That's a misfield.
It's not a happy place to be for any fielder, just off the square.
You don't want to be diving there. You don't want to be fielding there. Nothing.
Almost rather prefer to be on the square or off the square in its entirety. Be caught in no man's land. Great fielder is Odoan Haasbroek. He'll be able to shake it off and continue, as too does Tsepo Ntuli. Confidently forward. Sizani, who nudges it onto the onside. Another dot ball here. Got through his over quite quickly, did Tsepo Ntuli, but a few changes, some engineering going on in the outfield on the leg side.
Trying to induce a false shot here out of Sizani.
Well composed to push it straight down the ground. He pushes it past Haasbroek. He'll pick up another single. Takes his tally to 28.
That won't put him in good standing with the coach again. Allowed that ball to go past him. Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Down the track, slapped down the ground, and an impeccable bit of timing as well. And it's a great shot from Nathan Ruru. Picks up 4, takes him into the 40s.
You put it perfectly. Impeccable timing. Didn't even try to hit that ball too hard. Just got to the pitch of it and exposed that gap down the ground. Composed play from Nathan Ruru. And he had the best fielder to aim for there, Jonathan Van Deer.
Yeah, he's hit it so well, 30 centimetres left to right to any fielder on the park, and would have gotten that one through. And then happy to nudge the one. A quite brilliant display of batting.
Oh, Jono.
Oh, it has brought about a slight bit of a fielding change. Ernest Kem has now moved himself to mid-off. Ball seems to be following the veteran. Dot ball. In the right have Eastern Cape Iinyathi, but will hold true and dear the fact that they've only lost 1 wicket at this stage of the game, and they'll be wanting to take that deep into the middle parts of this game.
Yeah, with players like Shane Dadswell and Christopher Gleaves in the back end of the innings, they feel like they have the firepower just in case the match gets to those nail-biting ends.
Chris Gleaves coming off the back of 100 in a club game this past weekend. Defended well. In fact, it might have been 2 weekends ago. Remember that because he scored it against my club. Darted in, fended away to the offside. Get the single.
Malika as well got a century a couple of weeks ago for his club.
Yeah, that was against my club too. You're just making it worse.
Very charitable, aren't you guys? Huh? Charitable club.
For the benefit of batters, if you need to spend time in the middle, give me a call. Good bit of fielding by Haasbroek at cover in that previous delivery.
They need to stem the flow of the runs now. Do the Northern Cape Heat? Was an honest start from Kim.
It's just fallen short. And Haasbroek's been a live wire at that area of the field. There's another one that's gone straight to him. He's got a magnet in his pocket, surely. It's the end of the over. 88 for 1 after 21 overs.
That's one over the Northern Cape Heat would have wanted to not end, because it looked like Ernest Kim was finding the right spot there. Got the chance to bowl to one batter for 3, actually 4 deliveries. Something that hasn't really been the case in this innings. You haven't had the chance in either innings, to be honest. Bowlers haven't really gotten the chance to build on their chances to be bowling to one batter.
Perhaps the blessing and the curse of being a spin bowler is that you get through your overs so quickly, but it also means that that little bit of pressure that you build does die a lot quicker. Batters are able to go get onto the other end. It's a change of bowling here. As Akele Globe comes on from Buffalo Park drive end. The right arm medium fast bowler. Seasoned campaigner, the 36-year-old. He's picked up 1,748 wickets in this version of the game.
You know, I saw that and I thought maybe I had bad handwriting. I couldn't believe it.
He knows how to tick over the wickets column. Dot ball to start on the money from the get-go.
There's a highlight already in this game. That's Zakele Krawe. Smacked Nico van Zyl for a huge 6.
And it was a shot very similar to that Nathan Roux has played as well. Say it and so it will be. 4 more runs and 4 more to his total. He moves on to 46, does Roux.
Goes around, comes around. He'll feel much better that it came from a true batsman, though, and not Nico van Zyl.
And it was a similar length and similar line, and Bravo just rocked back and helped himself to 6 more over the ropes.
I love a shot like that, though, because it shows the confidence of a batter. Hitting the ball over mid-wicket like that, just standing up.
It's so important. We've spoken ad nauseum about the wicket slowing down, so he's got to be so patient with it. Fuller this time and flicked away between mid-on and mid-wicket. We'll pick up the single. Moves to 47.
The field he has is got 2 fielders either side of the square, and they're both behind square, or one just in front. So you expect him to bowl back of the length, nothing up. There
A little
you go.
bit like that, and he's spewed it away. They'll touch and look for the second, but Susanna calls him back. It has a rocket of an arm coming through from the ropes.
He seemed to have slipped there as he was turning for the second, but yeah, even if he hadn't slipped, would have been gone.
Ronan Herman doing the tidying up on the ropes. Important to have the right fielders in the right positions. Glabe runs away from us once more. Roux shifts down the wicket and he takes a slow ball and just paddles it around the corner.
Surely one for the over.
Take his tally to 48. Nothing signaled by the umpires.
That is incredible. That is incredible.
Perhaps a little shuffle and shimmy down the wicket, working in Glabe's favour. Fuller this time, defended. Call of no. That call of no and dot ball bring about an end to the over. Roo and Sizani on 48 and 29 respectively. Eastern Cape Iinyathi are 95 for 1 after 22.
I might be mistaken, but this is the highest partnership of the innings. And, it's relatively come from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi playing cricket that isn't risky. We saw a few shots from Sizani that threw caution to the wind, but it never seemed like it was trying to hit the ball over the boundary. It was just going at the ball hard. Nathan Ruse quickly navigated himself to 48.
Kim continues. Roo onto the back foot, punches it away. We're happy to take the single. He'll move on to 49 as Eastern Cape Iinyathi approach that 100 total. They're on 96 for 1. Sizani has worked himself to 29 from 49 deliveries. Rocks onto the back foot, but unable to get the timing behind it that he was looking for to find that gap on the offside. Yeah. Kim will feel that he got away with that one. A little Fuller this time. It's helped along into the offside.
He does have cover on the offside boundary, just in case that ball is a bit too short and Sizani manages to get a hold of it.
Short and wide, full and wide rather this time, and he's flat batted it down towards long off rather.
Let's see now if Roo is going to be changing his strategy now that he's close to his 50.
We've seen him bat the same way throughout his 40s. He's happy to keep the good ball out and look for the single where he can find it. A little bit like that. He nudges it onto the onside, and the debutant for Eastern Cape Iinyathi brings up 50 in his first game in this format for his home side. And what an important knock it has been for Nathan Roo. He's done it in 63 deliveries and definitely playing a role for the home side at the moment.
Yeah, he's carrying the innings for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi is Nathan Roo. Well-measured innings. Never really took a risk, which has been the story of the game for the batters who have been able to score a few runs. 5-4s, look at that, 5-4s. 30 of his runs have been singles and 2s and 3s.
An impressive thing from looking at his wagon wheel is just how freely he's scoring all around the ground as well. As Duteko has seen one too many shuffles from the batters, so deciding that he's going to stand up to the stumps now. Squabe continues.
That too is a new dynamic for a batter like Lihle Sizani, because I doubt he faces a lot of that in club cricket or in the Colts. So it'll be interesting to see how he navigates something like that, because he'll feel cramped. The ball's coming in quick and the keeper's right in your face.
Driven this time around off the bottom half of the bat. It's another dot ball.
And that's a proper skill, that to be a keeper who does that. It's a proper skill, because your hands.
Yeah, hand-eye coordination is vital, and reflex is also crucial. But most importantly is staying low until the ball comes through. And that is an incredible cricket shot from Nathan Roo. He's just stood up on it and punched it through the onside. 4 more and also bringing up the 100.
Yeah, not really quick enough for him to be bowling at that length. Easy for Roo. He sees it from a mile away. And he easily dispatches it to the boundary.
And that shot so too also brings about a fielding change as Cow Corner drops out. There's 3 out now on the leg side. And straight to this time, looking to manipulate the field again on the onside, but unable to get it through. Dot ball.
He'll feel like he's done enough in the over, Nathan Rue. Anything else now is a bonus, especially with the keeper standing up. Something different for them to get through.
Straighter. This time he's managed to find the ball to the right-hand side of Hardus Viljoen. Pushes through for the single. It's far from the over thus far with one delivery still remaining. Change in the field again as Bash Walters comes back into the circle at mid-wicket. Straight to this time, but defended well by Sizani, who sits on 30. Nathan Rue on 55. 24 overs have been bowled. Isn't Cape Innyathi 103 for 1.
It's a very confident forward defense from Lihle Sizani. It also shows that he's not thinking about whether or not his strike rate is up or high or low. Just considering the situation for the team. Very mature innings so far from the young man.
Ernest Kem now heading back to his premier strike bowler. He's introduced Hardus Viljoen back into the attack. Doing so from the Bunkers Hill end. A look to his experience rather to try and stem the flow of runs that has been coming and break this partnership that has been building. They've been in and around the required rate of Eastern Cape Innyathi, and for them to keep their wickets intact as the game goes on will be a bit of a bonus. It will allow the freedom of these two batters if they're set to have a go. Still looking to nudge the singles around, confident as ever. And, Nathan Rue.
So far in the game, the bounce on both ends of the wicket has been the same, but I think the introduction of Hardus Viljoen from the Bunkers Hill end is to see if he can extract anything different from the other bowlers when he's bowling from that side. Perhaps one can pop up or skid through.
This one staying a little bit true and Rue finding the gap and nudging it in for a single. I'd be surprised to see a few variations coming through from the experienced Hardus Viljoen. Played many a game in this format as the all-rounder. Plenty of experience on his shoulders. He gets a little bit more bounce and has to be negotiated by Osizani, but managing to keep it out. So, dot ball. Sizani indicating to Rue that that ball's sort of nipping back into the right-hander off the seam. Again with that bowling, hard, heavy deliveries. It's Viljoen. Short, goes for it, he's pushed it out in front of square, and whether or not he has enough on it is the question. He does, it's one bounce, and it goes over the boundary ropes. 4 more.
Man, if you had told me that at the start of the match, Hardus Viljoen would be bowling to Lihle Sizani and trying to rip his head off, and Sizani would be taking him on.
Speaks with a lot of confidence for the right-handed batter to stand up and pull it out in front of square, almost over mid-wicket. And takes his tally to 34. Looking to go again, perhaps maybe over cover this time around, or through cover. Missing out. So, dot ball.
You saw the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowling innings. The fast bowlers, they bowled and then they came back at around the 40th over. Yeah, the spinners for the Northern Cape Heat haven't really worked. They bowled 8 overs between them. Says a lot
Short
about
ball
how
goes again, and this time it's gone behind square. He's picked his gap and picked it incredibly. It's a second boundary in the over for Suzani. Two boundaries scored in that over. And Suzani moves to 38, confidently so. And at the halfway mark of this innings, Eastern Cape Iinyathi are at 112 for 1 of the 25. Is a bit of an irrigation question out in the middle. One of the sprinklers on the square. It's gone rogue. It decided it wants to water the field while the players are out there. No doubt the ground staff will be working around the clock to get that contained. It's been an interesting encounter that we've seen thus far, though, especially considering how Northern Cape Heat went about putting their innings together, and also looking at that in contrast to how Iinyathi have come out and batted in the second innings.
Especially with a young man like Suzani, because we spoke about how it looks like he's been given the license to play free scoring, might say, carefree. That's the word we use, carefree. You love to see something like that as a youngster, because it means that the team is saying, look, we're giving you your opportunity. We understand that it's your first game. You can play whichever way you want, and we won't hold it against you. And we also have to command the way that Nathan Rue has played, because he's held the innings well. Held the innings together well, I mean. Also, the spinners, it's a big match. It's a big issue for the Northern Cape Heat, because they would have expected their spinners to have a similar impact to the ones of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Instead, Tsepontuli seemed ineffective in his 2 overs and was quickly taken off. And now they've had to resort to Hardis Viljoen within the first half of the innings.
And we saw how well in the first innings Jason Niemand and Suzani worked together between the two of them, and then quickly got into the crux of the bowling and managed to do away with a good 10 to 13 overs. And in that 10 to 13 overs that they managed to do away with in that space, also just managed to prevent the scoreboard from ticking over and from any of the Heat batters really gaining some sort of momentum, which forced Tsepontuli and Mutiri Ditego into that space of only being able to just nudge it around for one or two. And the boundaries weren't coming for the fellows from Kimberley, and they were forced into a space where 1s and 2s just had to do. And what these two gentlemen have done really well for Eastern Cape Iinyathi is they've put the bad balls away, they've hit the boundaries where they've needed to be hit, and they've picked their bowlers to do it against 2. And at some point start to ask the question, the spinners have got to come back for earnest, Cam. But at which part of the game will they then come back?
It also tends to happen in a game like this when you're defending a low total. It's hard to say you're going to keep bowling a good length and a good line and allowing the team that's batting to knock off the 1s and the 2s, because you know they're going to eventually get to the score. So what you try and do is bowl those magic deliveries, which then puts you in a position where you can make a mistake and you get hit for those 4s, and Yeah, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters have capitalized.
It's the problem with defending a relatively low score is that you've got to take wickets to win the game as we continue now. Straight this time, nudged away. Also intentful running as it comes off the bat. I'll just grab the single. It does put you in a position where you've got to take wickets in order to win the game. Unfortunately, you do end up as a fielding side trying more than what you want to have tried in order to pick up those wickets. But then it's also small things in the field, like seeing Dideko standing up to the stumps now to keep the batsman true. Straight to this time, a little bit of a way shape, but a dot ball. It just becomes a thing of you can't rely on the concept of the batsman will make a mistake. So you've got to find other ways to build pressure to create wicket deliveries, and the most obvious of those would be dot balls and a little bit of pressure between overs. Well, deliveries like that, unfortunately, it's not really going to help Northern Cape Heat's cause. But also what these two batters have done extraordinarily well, as the umpire gives that as leg byes, what these two batters have done extraordinarily well is that even after a series of dot balls, they've still managed to find the boundary ropes in each over.
Two runs of the first three balls, and
Back of a length, he's just picked that off his hips and he'll take a single. Nathan Rue. I think between the two of them, they've also picked up a good understanding of what they're expecting from their partner at the opposite end. Two batters on debut for this team in this format. He's bowled this one a little bit fuller, looking for the drive straight down the ground, but fielded well off his own bowling. As Grubber will look to finish this over strong. There's a little bit of a hush that's fallen over the ground while Northern Cape Heat are out in the field.
we also might say it's a break that the Northern Cape Heat needed. Because the momentum was well and truly with Lihle Sizani after that over.
Nice.
Hartis Viljoen.
And he's happy to just nudge this one away down to third man and pick up the single. As they do come through for the single, and adds one more to his tally. He's on 39. Eastern Cape Iinyathi after 26 or 116 for one. Viljoen to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Almost slowing the game down ever so slightly on Northern Cape Heat to try and perhaps find another way to stem that momentum that Eastern Cape Iinyathi have picked up. Pitched up this time around, it's spewed and it's gone past a diving Haasbrook at point. They'll pick up the single. Perhaps ran their first run a little bit slower than what they have been used to. So the misfield out in the deep didn't have much of an effect.
It's important for the batters to not get into a false sense of security, into a state of false security.
You can see the intent is just to nudge it around and pick up the odd single here and there. He's deliberately opening the face. He would have preferred it to go a little bit more fine with Nathan Rue. Push that ball slightly past Rowan Haasbrook's left shoulder.
And really, they have no reason to try and change the tactic. It's been working for them. The rate achieved is higher than the rate required without really taking that many risks. So they just need to keep nudging the ball around, trusting that if anything happens, they have the security in the players that have yet to come on.
Straight, flick through mid-wicket. It'll be a single. Out in the sheds is Jason Niemand. Iinyathi Malika. Shane Dadswell. Chris Gleaves. Jade de Klerk. It's a very deep batting order, this for Eastern Cape Innyathi. Bit of a change in angle here from Hardus Fullion.
Yeah, I love that. I love that variety. See if you can't do anything different.
Oh, a little bit fuller this time, and umpire at square leg. Ethan van der Merwe was already said that it's below the waist, so he'll get away with that one, will Fullion.
It was very important for Lihle Sizani to not try and hit that ball out the park, because as we've said plenty of times before, Hardus Fullion bowls a very heavy ball, so it's hard to hit those low full tosses for a 6.
He stays around the wicket to Roo. Roo comes across and he's just opened the face of his bat past point. They'll run this one quite hard, and he's touched and turned, and he's come back quite comfortably in the end for the second run as Nathan Roo. It's a good bit of running. It takes him to 61.
Good bit of fielding from Bash Walters as well. Look at him going down there. Gets up, throws it in. Showing the youngsters how it's done.
And Nathan Roo stepping inside of this one again and happy to work it down to mid-wicket. And deep mid-wicket does the tidying up. It'll only be a single.
Yeah, I was expecting Fullion to, when he was coming around the wicket, to perhaps aim for the ribs. But none of the balls actually went to that area. It was either too wide or too full.
After 27 overs bowled, it's 122 for 1. Also brings about a bowling change at the Buffalo Park drive end. Odawan Haasbroek will bowl some of his offies. Quite a handy cricketer, because if you give him the gloves to keep, he'll do that too.
Seriously. Handy cricketer needs to play a handy hand for his team right here.
Off spinner who has the ability to dart 1 or 2 in. Can also really slow down the speedometer if he needs to. Varies his pace really well.
I wonder why Romano to Blanche hasn't bowled.
Straight down the wicket off the initial delivery to Blanche is in shot for this one, but it's up and over his head. Nathan Roo looking to make use of the vacant space at long off. Mistime that one. Quite possibly the first one that we've seen him mistiming today. He moves on to 64.
And it's the first one that we've seen him try to go for a 6, which really goes along with everything that's been happening in the game. All the players that have been trying to go for 6s have been landing themselves into trouble. But I understand how or why he would try and do that, because Haasbroek is not the most famed of off-spinners. So it makes sense to try and target him.
A quick single and great running between these two. Identifying which fielders are where and stealing singles.
And which fielder was there?
We spoke about it in the first innings as well. While you're talking about that intent of the first delivery of the over, on a number of occasions, Northern Cape Heat scored boundaries off the first delivery of the over, which ended up shifting a lot of pressure onto the bowlers. Nathan Roo well within his right to try and run down and hit a vacant area, perhaps to transfer pressure on the not so recognized off spin. And now they're just picking pockets and stealing runs for fun. Another great single taken between these two. It also brings up the 100 partnership. Much to the delight of fans and supporters around the ground. Two debutants for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's 54 for Ruru and 42 for Sizani in this partnership. Pulls out the broom and fielded.
It's the first time really that we've seen Sizani go down like that. It's, just goes to show that they see Rowan Hasbrook as the go-to guy in terms of Fudu attack.
Yeah, perhaps trying to hit him out of the attack early and get the seamers back on. But nevertheless, at the end of the 28th, it's 127 for 1. And it has brought about another bowling change with the return of Ben van Rensburg, left-arm seamer who bowled at the top of the innings. Relatively close to.
Let's see how he fares this time, because in his first spell, didn't really show any variation. He went straight, bowled full and hard. And you've seen that in this wicket, variation can help you.
Coming around the wicket. Short and into the rib cage, but nudged away from Ruru. They've taken off, have these two. He's going straight away to come back for the second. Big appeal, but not out. It's a quite brilliant bit of running between Ruru and Sizani.
Oh, he threw at the wrong end. Sizani hesitated there before taking that second single, or that second run.
Looking at it again and just thinking about how the throw came in a little bit high for the wicketkeeper as well. Had to do a big jump before getting the ball down onto the stumps. But again, it just speaks to the intention of how these two have run throughout this 100 partnership. Van Rensburg continues. In at the ribs again, Ruru happy to nudge this one, but they'll settle for the one.
There's absolutely no chance that Ruru was going to try and go over the boundary there. Those two fielders are set out for him specifically. One at deep backward square leg and one at deep mid wicket. Let's see how Sizani.
Slower ball, rolls his fingers over that one. Goes away from the right-handed batter. There he is, he's just showing that little motion. A little bit of variation from Van Rensburg. He mentioned deep mid-wicket. Cricketers know it as cow corner. Any ideas on where that name would have come from?
No idea. I'd like to think it came from village cricket. Maybe.
Back in the history days of cricket, before everybody started seeing the game in colour, that's green grass and red caps and such and blue shirts, and that long ago in the game of cricket, it was an area that wasn't hit very often by batters. So it was always an extra long patch of grass that would grow there, to the extent that the cows that would walk past the grounds would go and graze in that area because it was longer grass for them and there weren't any fielders. Subsequently became known as cow corner. These days, as a batsman, you clear your left leg, it's the first place the ball's going to.
I was just about to say, it's surprising when you say it was a place on the pitch on the field that batters rarely hit the ball to.
Dot ball after seeing off a couple of, or single rather, after seeing a couple of dot balls. And it brings us to the end of decent over from Van Rensburg. It's 131 for 1 of the 29.
These two are trying to take the game away from the Northern Cape Heat. And it doesn't really look like they have any answers.
Yes, spare thought as well for the batters that are yet to come in, who've been watching this game now for 30 overs, the likes of Nimant Malik and Dadswell, who are the next three batters to come in. And we've had to keep themselves mentally switched on and mentally in check of what has been going on. And it's very easy because we're human beings. So just switch off for 2 or 3 deliveries and find yourself in the middle of the wicket taking guard. It becomes important for the 3 that are still to come to be switched on, but even more so for these 2 to take this game as deep as what is possible. Hosbrook continues. Pulls out the broom and seen to be not out. The only thing that one could think of there is that perhaps there was a little bit of bat on that. Not out to judge by Irfan van der Merwe.
To be fair, the fielders from the Northern Cape Heat didn't give the umpire too much fuss about that.
Takes down, goes up and over. It hasn't gotten out the middle of the bat. And it's Herman who's doing the tidying up on a long on boundary. Does well to keep it down to 1.
Wild swing from Sizani. You wonder if perhaps...
Oh, deft touch from Nathan Rue, and that is impressive batting. He's just used the pace of Ruan Haasbroek in the outfield to just tickle it around the corner. He'll pick up 4 more.
If you're the Eastern Cape Iinyathi coach right now, or the Eastern Cape Iinyathi faithful, you want Nathan Rue to be facing a majority of the deliveries. Keep Sizani on the non-strikers end. Perhaps he can get a breather. You never know, maybe fatigue might be setting in with the young man.
Rue tickles it away again to... And this one's more turned around the corner to square leg. He moves on to 74. Sizani has also found himself in the 40s. He's 44 from 71 deliveries. It's been quite the knock from the young lad. This one is a more contained push into the offside. And takes himself up to 45. And happy with that single.
The strike rate hasn't been that high, but this is exactly the type of situation that you want a new batter or a young batter to come in, where he's not really chasing a big total, so he can set himself, can find his feet at the crease without feeling any pressure to up the strike rate.
End of the 30th, 139 for 1. That's where you feel that he's been relatively well or extremely well supported by Nathan Rue, who's done enough to keep turning the strike over, but also still hitting the boundaries where they need to be hit, and putting pressure on the fielders by turning 1s into 2s. It does put him in a space where he can play with, as we've been mentioning, a little bit more freedom, a little bit more ease around the wicket. And Van Rensburg will continue from the bunkers he'll end, and as long as Nathan Rue is still there, it will create a little bit of a breather and a sigh of relief for Sizani. And looking for that off-cutter again, and Nathan Rue does enough to keep it down away from Haasbroek. He's on 75 from 85 deliveries as Rue. Quite beautifully constructed innings. Short, pulled away, but there's a man out there. He's done well to roll his wrist to keep it down.
Textbook. If any young players are watching this, that's exactly how you want to be playing that shot. Rolling your wrist, keeping it down.
A little bit fuller this time from Van Rensburg, and Happy to nudge it into the onside for a single. Takes his tally to 46, does the debutant Lihle Sizani. He'll want to be a lot more controlled and contained while he ticks over the scoreboard for this final four. The stage of the game. 126 for 5 for Northern Cape Heat. Fuller this time and just punched straight down the ground. That is absolutely fantastic batting from Nathan Roo. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard. He's just pushed it straight back past Van Rensburg for more.
All that hard work at the start of the over from Van Rensburg, undone by one ball that was a bit too full, perhaps a bit too ambitious, trying to find that late swing. Nathan Roo, man on top of his game, just punishes him.
And they're just showing the brilliance of his game at the moment as Nathan Roo, after finding the boundary, happy to just nudge it away from the single. Takes him to 81. And Eastern Cape Iinyathi on 146 for 1 after 30. And they continue to chip away at that required rate. Beaten by a slower ball. That variation has been good to Van Rensburg in that over, albeit that he has gone for 7 in that over and brings about the end of the 31st in Iinyathi, 146 for 1.
Sizani is sensible enough to not try and play any reckless shots just because he's close to his 50. Just keeping the same flow that he's been going at.
Change of bowling for the visitors as skipper brings himself back into the attack. And as Kem will come back into the attack from the Buffalo Park drive end.
Essentially, this is showing us that Ernest Kim is the only, or at least for today, is the only effective spinner for the Northern Cape Heat.
He's bowled well in his first spell, going at just under 3 and over.
It's going to be difficult for him to navigate this game on his own as a spinner. The Hasbrook experiment didn't work. 2 overs for 13 runs.
He's at a point, Ernest Kim, as the captain, where can't afford for bowlers to take too long to find their straps and get into their rhythm. Also allows the batters to start picking them off. A little bit of back and forth from Roo. 2 dot balls to start from the skipper.
Showed the full face of the bat there, most importantly, that Nathan Roo didn't try and turn that ball because he knew it was straight.
And he's done it again, and that's perhaps the shot that he was looking for. The last delivery, that punch down to long off. Picks up a single, moves to 82. Sizani on 100 and, or rather on 46. It is Iinyathi that are 147 for 1. A push just past a diving, despairing dive from Hasbrook. As he moves to 47, does the debutant.
It's been a memorable past 3 weeks for Lihle Sizani. He got his first class half century a couple of weeks ago at this very stadium against the Impalas. Now he's on the brink of a 50. That ball almost hit the umpire.
It's It's good fielding of his own bowling, that from the captain. Top ball keeps the score at 149 for 1. 32 overs being completed.
We really are at that stage of the game where even an over that's gone for 3 runs is a couple of runs too much for the Northern Cape Heat. They need wickets, because to hope that the match will be decided by them finishing their overs, it's not possible at the moment.
Discussions between Ditego and the captain Kim in the middle, as Van Rensburg is set to continue. Bowling the 33rd over. He's into the 3rd over of his spell now. Back of a length and flicked away by Roo. He'll take the single. Suzanne on 47. Cries coming from across the ground, imploring him to be patient. A few changes from Van Rensburg in the field. Could be seeing one dropped short and dug into the wicket. A little bit fuller this time, opens his face, spews it past Haasbroek. They'll look to come back for the second. And it's a quite brilliant bit of running between these two as it takes him to 49.
Yeah, once more they recognized that Zakele Kwabe is right-handed and he had to run around the ball before he could chuck it in. So that extra second it takes for him to gather the ball, they took that run.
On to 49 is the young 22-year-old. Again, looking for that feather towards third man, just to get the final run. And words of encouragement ringing around the ground again for him.
He is a crowd favorite, is Lihle Sizani. When he got that half century in the 4-day game, you would swear it was a 200. Everyone went crazy.
Van Rensburg. Suzanne, and hit him quite high on the pad. It was most likely be given as leg buys and done so by the umpire. He'll feel that he's missed out. 153 now for Iinyathi.
It's a chance for him to get to the other side, breathe, gather himself a bit more, and then, try and take it from there.
Roo shimmies across onto his offside, stands up tall, punches it towards the sweeper. Pick up a single. Brings the man of the moment back onto strike on 49. He's got one ball to navigate through in this over. With everyone in Buffalo Park at the moment rooting for him to get that single. Looking to feather it out again, and it's gone past the outside edge, inside edge, all edges that you can think of. It's a dot ball to end the over. It's 154 for 1, and 33 have been bowled.
You don't want to say it, but perhaps Lihle Sizani is a bit nervous. He's on 49, but it's something that he has to go through. Because you see a bright future for a young man like him. It's not the last time he's going to get to 49. So he's trying to psych himself back in.
And Rensburg hasn't made it easy in that last over either. He's been doing really well with those cutters that he's been bowling and his variation of pace. So the ball not quite coming onto the bat the way that Suzanne would want. As Kem continues. Roo pushes it back to the bowler. Perhaps indicating would have liked to get that a little more onside.
I expect Kim to be bowling full and straight when Sizani is batting, trying to get him out LBW.
Kind of deliveries, easy pickings for a man who's on 85, moves on to 86, does Roo. Takes his team tally to 155.
Big Bash Walters coming into the circle. Puts the pressure on Sizani.
Is it going to get through is the question. It does. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from the 22-year-old debutant.
Sizani, a son of the soil. Crowd is elated at Buffalo Park.
Incredible knock from the youngster. As if he hadn't done it already with ball in hand. He's now come out and he's done it with bat in hand for Iinyathi. And he brings up 50. A well-worked 50 as well from 81 deliveries. It took a bit of work, some graft and grind while he was in the 40s. And he's done so successfully. Calling him through for a single, and they just continue to grow from strength to strength in this partnership. It's another single now. Partnership moves on to 130.
It's important for him to keep his concentration now. That pressure is off, but it doesn't mean the pressure of the game is off him.
Short cut away, unable to find the gap as we approach the second drinks break. In fact, one more over before we get to the drinks break, it seems. As we're looking at the time, it looks like we're 1 minute out of where the drinks break would be taken, so the other over will begin. Roo will take strike. He's on 87, and you ask the question and you shall receive. Romano to Blanche. Looks to have cap off, ball in hand. Right arm medium quick. Left arm medium quick rather.
It's surprising that it took so long for him to come into the attack. Eighth bowler utilized.
Perhaps carrying a slight little bit of a niggle or keeping him towards the back end of the innings. They were hoping to have enough runs on the board to use his death bowling exploits, because he's brilliant at the back end of an innings.
Oh, they might as well treat this as the back end of the innings. They need wickets.
Perhaps a bit of a loosener from the big burly bowler. Starts off with the wide.
That run-up looked labored. Big man is Romano to Blanche. Once more, close to the drinks break, and it's something that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi should be taking into account.
He stands up tall, cracks it down the ground, and happy to come through for the single. And something that they've been doing all afternoon, these two.
They've been able to pick the fielders that are on the edge of the circle. It's hard to cut off the ones when you're on the edge of the circle, but you also don't want to come in too much, because you're giving the batters the initiative of trying to hit the ball over you.
Architecture and engineering in the field again as Carl Corner comes into the circle and Ben van Rensburg moves down to fine leg. Looking to go for it, and begs the question that anywhere in that area, he was looking to go to where that field had just been brought in, and as quickly as he'd come into the circle, he's now back onto the ropes.
Yeah, You saw Romano de Blanche's reaction to that shot. He asked his captain, why is the man at deep fine leg? Why is he there? He should come back into the circle and drop that man that was at mid wicket to cow corner.
Short ball, he's ducked underneath it, a bit slower ball. You can almost understand the thinking behind Ernest Kem, though, of bringing that man in, asking him to do exactly what he tried, and that is to go over the top and perhaps lose it just before the drinks break. Maybe working out advantageously for Sazani that didn't get any sort of timing on that delivery.
So it's a long boundary there.
A little bit fuller this time. He's flicked it off his pads towards mid-wicket. Takes his tally to 51.
It's also worth pointing out that we're playing in the middle of the square. Like the pitch that's exactly in the middle. So none of the boundaries are actually that short.
Full, driven, straight. Starting to leave that as a dot ball. That one ball to be bowled and two rather to be bowled still. De Blanche has used all of his experience. It's rather one ball. De Blanche has used all of his experience to just slow things down in this final over before drinks. As he comes round the wicket now. Digs it in again. Dot ball. Brings about the end of the over. And with Nathan Roo on 88. Lihle Sazani on 51. The Eastern Cape Innyathi are 160 for 1 up to 35. And drinks. Welcome back after the second drinks break. It is Eastern Cape Innyathi at 160 for 1 after 35. And chasing a target of 219 that was set by Northern Cape Heat. It was Mutiri Titego who had 91 from 95 deliveries. Tsepontuli unbeaten on 39. He scored that from 53 deliveries. Jonathan Van Dier also in the scorers columns. He scored 34 from 49 for Heat, and Romano Blanche 16 from 28. And some good bowling all round for Eastern Cape Innyathi. Nico van Zyl, he was 3 for 35 after 8. Apio Mnyanda was 2 for 27 in 6.5, while Jade de Klerk, he bowled his full complement of 10 overs. He was 2 for 46. Lihle Sizani, 1 for 37 from 9. And Nathan Uru currently unbeaten on 88, along with Lihle Sizani, who's unbeaten on 51. There's 59 needed off 90 deliveries. Down the wicket off the first ball. He's inside out on this one. And he's just confidently picked it over the cover. 1 bounce and 4.
One of the most picturesque shots in cricket. Inside out, over cover. Great intent shown by Lihle Sizani. Straight after the drinks break.
Immediately pressure on Kim. He's gone again, and this time he's gone too hard, and it's gone straight through and disturbed the timber. The captain has done the job for Northern Cape Heat, and he's picked up the wicket and broken the partnership.
As I was about to say that before the drinks break, sitting in for the 2 batters, Lihle Sizani, perhaps on his last legs, deciding to go for the big one again. Loses his wicket. Alice, a valiant innings for the youngster.
55 runs scored off 86 deliveries, and applauded in the crowd, and scored his runs. Delivering that a quite brilliant knock for his first game for Eastern Cape Innyathi. Meanwhile, an experienced Shane Dadswell has made his way out onto the wicket. A strike rate of 95 in this format of the game, striking at almost a run a ball.
Powerful batter is Shane Dadswell. It's interesting that the Eastern Cape Innyathi brought him in as a like-for-like replacement for Marco Moret, who recently retired. Hopefully for them, he's going to have the same sort of impact. He has the perfect platform here, chasing 55 of 88 balls. First time for him in the one-day cup for the Eastern Cape Innyathi.
Averages 33.64 in this format.
Really, nothing needs to change in terms of the approach. The entire match, it hasn't been that hard to find singles and twos. There you go.
Easy does it, punches it into the gap through cover, picks up a single. And the drinks break, bringing about the breakthrough for Northern Cape Heat. It's a well put together innings from Lihle Sizani. He managed 55 in an incredible partnership with Nathan Rue, who's on strike now and finds a very, very thick outside edge. And that ball is going to roll down the hill and continue getting away from Jonathan Van Dier. And Nathan Rue has now moved into the 90s.
Probably the first or the second ball that Nathan Rue hasn't managed to get off the middle of the bat. That was a genuine edge. Jonathan Van Dier, and probably an unfortunate position there to find himself in.
A bit more stable and confident on this one is Rue. Moves to 92. Faced 103 deliveries for that. 104 of them. And he's rocked back in his cut that onto the offside and immediately turns Dad's ball back. And that single also brings about the end of Kem's 9th over. He's gone for 33. He's picked up 1 wicket. It's 170 for 2 after 36 overs. Eastern Cape Iinyathi, the equation now that they'll be looking at is that 49 to win from 84 deliveries. And it leaves their required rate at 3.5 to the over. I'd be surprised to see that climbing by a few decimals as Roo navigates his way through the 90s. He's on 93 now. As Romana Blanche will continue from the Bunkers Hill end. And bowling to Nathan Roo.
Tidy first over from Romana to Blanche. 3 coming off it.
And driven down the ground. He's called for the 1 and he's quite tight there. There's the fielder, but he's done enough to beat him. Moves to 94. It was a very slow over, if you think about it, from Romana to Blanche, though, before drinks. We'll have to keep an eye on that, yeah. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on it and just not affect things. Their run rate and over rate in the competition.
I think they have in mind the very likely possibility that the match is going to end before we actually get to finish the overs.
Short, crack, 6 more.
Marco Murray, is that you?
Correction, sir. Shane Dadswell, that is the name. And 6 hitting seems to be his game. Incredible shot. He just stands up on it and dispatched over the ropes. You can bet your bottom dollar it's most likely to be the last time to Blanche bowls there.
Yeah, not really the best length to bowl at that pace to a man that tall. So Johan now running over to Blanche, probably telling him to try and keep him a bit honest. Back of the length, pitch it up. Let's see how he is on the drive.
The good old-fashioned saying bowlers like to say to each other, and that is, you can't bowl there. Not to him, at least. Fuller this time digs it out. Fielded by Haasbrook, forward of point. They'll take the single. Under heaps of pressure now is to Blanche. He's gone for 8 in just 3 deliveries.
You know, when bowlers say that, they always say it after the delivery.
They say hindsight is 20/20. You can see everything when you're looking back. Roo 194 to Blanche to continue. Full, he's headed back. It's a bit of a bump ball by the looks of things. And we saw Roo before the drinks break just squeeze one past the bowler. It was just a flick of the wrist down the ground and ran away for 4. It's so impressive with how he's batted thus far.
And even they managed to get that ball off the middle of the bat.
Full, slapped down too long off. Trot through for the single, moves to 95. I wonder if Shane Dadswell is thinking, there's an ice bath waiting for me. The sooner I get to that, the better. A bit of cloud cover coming from the west. Oh, maybe that answers my question. A bit of a shimmy down the wicket.
For that particular delivery, if he had stayed in place instead of moving around the crease, it probably would have made contact with the ball.
The dot ball to finish to Blanche's second over. He's gone for 12 in 2. After 37, you see Iinyathi, 179 for 2.
It was actually a good comeback from Romano to Blanche. 7 of the first 2 balls. Or actually 8 of the first 3 and then just 1 of the next 3. The clouds that are coming over aren't exactly ominous. When you're in East London, you look at the clouds and you see that they're grey and you tend to think, oh my God, this is going to be a game changer.
Cumulonimbus, they call these ones. Fluffy white clouds. It's the only thing I know about geography, if I'm being honest.
What did you call them?
Cumulonimbus.
Nimbus. What?
Cam continues, and what an absolute peach of a delivery. It's beaten the outside edge of the bat. One more coat of varnish and stickers on those stumps, and might have seen the end of Nathan Rue. Flatter this time, he works it around the corner. He'll get a single and end up where he's probably happier for now. Moves to 96, is on the non-striker's end.
No, I was just about to say that even in the 90s he hasn't looked flustered, but that was the first ball that truly beat him.
It was an absolute peach of a delivery. Dadswell's not going to wait around on merit. Click, click, bang! 6 more!
He picked the length up pretty early, rocked back and just hit that ball over long on. Releases the pressure from this over. That's Shane Dadswell.
Also often you see batters going out to that half tracker against a spinner, but Dadswell is picking his space over Viljoen's head. Down the wicket this time, he's run past it and it's gone straight through the wicket keeper. You'd swear he wasn't there. 4 byes.
I think it's safe to say that that blunder does take off about 50 runs from Mudiri Liteko's first innings score of 91. It's a big let-off for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
He goes again. How often do you see this happening? Salt into the wounds. Inside out. Down the wicket. 6 more.
Lihle Sizani, anything you can do, I can do better, says Shane Dadswell.
It was playing over and over in my head. This is the game of cricket, of course. After a let-off, how often do we see a boundary being hit off the next ball? Dadswell's in gear. Short, he goes again, over Viljoen this time. And this is turning out to be a very expensive over. Ernest Ken will be happy to see the end of it. It also brings up 200 for Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
The over that could have changed the match in the favor of the Northern Cape Heat has ended up being the one that potentially finishes the game off as a contest.
Well, it puts them at a space now where only 19 more runs are needed. And it was a situation where you felt that one of them were going to go at some point. I was anticipating it was a question of waiting for Rue to get past the ton mark. Still got a bit of work to do to get there, though. 4 runs still required. Dadswell picked his bowler, and boy, did he pick him well.
The experience there of Shane Dadswell. Seeing that Ernest Kim wasn't really darting that ball in, it was just putting it in the right areas. Kept rocking back. Getting 21 runs off that over.
Massive in the aspect of things as De Blanche continues to Rue. Rue now goes! And that's it! With a massive hit! Nathan Rue in his first game in this format for Eastern Cape Iinyathi has brought up his 100. bow, young man. You might well have just battered your side to victory. What an incredible knock. 102 coming off 111 deliveries. 9 sixes and picking the best time to, or 9 fours rather, and picking the best time to hit his first 6 of the innings. It takes him past that 3-digit threshold. An incredible knock from Nathan Rue.
Yes, Sam, you said it all. Effectively finishes the game for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
Goes again, this time wide of long on, and Dadswell's going to touch and turn. They're coming back for the second. If you had any questions about the intent of these batters, oh, maybe the last 8 deliveries will tell you just where they are.
That second wicket partnership between Lihle Sizani and Nathan Rue starting to look like it was pure gold for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, because it allowed Shane Dadswell to have the right platform to come in and hit those.
Oh, well, he's now put the handbrake down. Nathan Rue is saying to Shane Dadswell, hang on just a moment here, Shano. I want to get in on the act too. 4 more.
It's his spotlight. He wants to keep it Dadswell.
7 required now for Iinyathi, and Nathan Rue and Shane Dadswell doing it in styles thus far. Oh, how badly he'll want to carry his bat, this young man. His father sitting not so far from us at the moment too. Big smiles. There's a pigeon floating about here next to us. Seems to have joined the celebrations too with Iinyathi. Mr. Blanche continues. Short. He's happy to turn it around the corner. There you go, Shane. You've got the ability to end it in 1 hit.
Got the Good Hope Cricket Club players coming here to watch their own Nathan Rue. And Nathan Rue was kind enough to give a gesture back to his teammates.
To Blanche now. Across the wicket. He's looking to end it in 1 blow. I'll tell you that much for free. But he's managed to spin it only as far as to Blanche, who hangs on to the catch. And that sees the back of Shane Dadswell. He's blistered his way to 24 of just 9 deliveries. An incredible knock that of those 9 deliveries, 6 of them are really what changed the game, and that was that over against Ernest Kem. And he goes after scoring 3 sixes and 4. And Christopher Gleaves now walks to the wicket. And just 6 runs needed. Applause ran out for Dadswell.
We also need to keep in mind that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are within touching point of a bonus point, or within touching distance of a bonus point if they finish the game before they reach 40 overs.
There's probably a message as well that was spoken about at drinks to say to Shane Dadswell that keep an eye out. We're approaching that 40 over mark, so if you do feel like you can have a go, and it's within your region, have at it.
Christopher Gleaves announced himself last year in the T20 competition with a quick fire 50 in the first game, so you know that he's very capable of getting those runs before the end of the 40th over.
The vice captain to this side, he comes in to bat at number 5. At the expense of Jason Niemand, who is set to come in at 4 today. Bowls one that just cuts him in half.
It's effectively a game within a game now. They need 6 runs of 6 balls.
It's obviously in their pursuit of a bonus point. The grand scheme of it all, still got 66 deliveries to score that 6 runs. Mentioned a little bit earlier that Nathan Rue will be desperate to carry his bat through the innings today. Artist Viljoen, who took the catch that dismissed the destructive Shane Dadswell, is back into the attack now in the Buffalo Park drive end.
Yeah, bringing him back on from Ernest Kim is, he probably has that bonus point in mind that he doesn't want the Eastern Cape Iinyathi to get. He'll be asking Artist Viljoen to bowl as hard as he can. But he still doesn't have any cover down the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if Nathan Rue clears his front leg and tries to hit the ball down the ground.
Well, with Artist Viljoen coming around the wicket, you can expect that with a cow corner, deep square leg, and a third man and a sweeper out. In fact, we see deep backward point dropping out now. He's either going to go full and wide at that wide line, or he's going to pepper Aru with those short balls. Full and wide, he's looking to go over the top. He's managed to split the gap in two, and they'll come back for a second. He's doing a bit of a hopscotch around the ball. Is Herman.
Yeah, probably
pick up
missed
two.
his length there. Missed his length, did Viljoen. Wanted to go maybe for the wide Yorker.
He'll most likely look to bowl there again. It's just the concept of, I don't very often see the deep backward point out on the ropes. Viljoen runs away from us again. Rue back into his crease. He flicks it off his hips. He'll get a single.
Again, grand scheme of things, 64 balls to win, 3 runs to win. But they'll want those 3 runs before the end of this over.
It creates what you were talking about at the back end of the last over of the game within a game, as Artist Viljoen comes back over the wicket now. He's really starting to show his death bowling prowess, which we've seen him to do so often over the years.
Yeah, that's what he's renowned for.
Chris Cleaves has faced one ball yet to get off the mark. Oh, it's a bit of a full toss there, and it's deemed to have stayed below waist height, so legal delivery. It looks like he's making a few changes to the field again. Interesting, all the fielders that are out are behind the bat, deep backward square. Third man, fine leg, deep backward point. It's a double bluff because it's the in-swinging Yorker, and he's punched it down the ground. And pick up a single. 2-1.
Really is a funny game. The pressure's on the batsmen, even though they know they've got 62 balls to navigate 2 runs.
In case you're watching and trying to figure out why there might be a little bit of tension now, is that Eastern Cape Innyathi will be in search of that bonus point victory, in which they need to score 2 runs in the next 2 balls. Viljoen doing everything that he can to stop that. Comes back around the wicket. Nathan Rue has punched this one into mid-wicket and has subsequently finished the game. Stand up tall, young man. Stand up tall. What an incredible knock from Nathan Rue. He finishes on 116 not out and has carried his bat through this innings. Absolutely phenomenal. Having opened the batting with his captain Jerome Bossa, has gotten the Eastern Cape Iinyathi through 39 overs in some phenomenal fashion. It's 116 that he's brought up in 117 deliveries. And what a great start to his campaign in the CSA One-Day Cup for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's his first game for this team in this format. And boy, oh boy, has he shown how important it is to have him within the side. Questions were asked for a couple of months about the opening pair of Eastern Cape Iinyathi over the last couple of seasons, and it just seems that some way, somehow, the Wonder Kid has returned home, and has returned home to lead Eastern Cape Iinyathi from the front of the attack. An incredible knock from him. Equally an incredible knock from Shane Dadswell. Take nothing away from Mudiri Litego, who scored 91 runs for Northern Cape Heat to give some impetus towards the total that they had set and were trying to defend, but it was Nathan Ruru at the end of the day who made it perhaps null and void.
Yeah, this sets the tone for the rest of the One-Day Cup competition for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It wasn't that long ago that they had played 10 games on the trot this season without even winning a single one. Now that's 3 games if we include the 2 in the 4-Day Cup. Nathan Rue getting a healthy send-off from the Buffalo Park faithful.
Yeah, being clapped off by fans and fellow teammates alike, and you can see the celebrations and what it means to them. An incredible knock from this youngster. Mentioned that it's been quite the journey for him over the last few years and getting back into the game of cricket, and he's done so in style for his home side. At the end of a phenomenal game of cricket and a phenomenal knock as they start shaking hands, it's Eastern Cape Iinyathi who have managed to pick up a 7-wicket victory. From us here at Buffalo Park Stadium, at least from the commentary box, it is goodbye and good night, but these celebrations will live long on for Eastern Cape Iinyathi. A great knock from Sizani, the debutant, an even better knock from Nathan Rue, the debutant. It is a 7-point win for the home side.